to, I think we'll start with the NRF. So what we'll do, we'll hand over to the chairperson of the board, who will then introduce himself or herself and those that are accompanying him or her, and then as well as members of staff. DG, is DG in the house?
Yes, Chair, I am. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, DG. Can we hand over to NRF and then take it from there as I've outlined?
Good afternoon, Chairperson, the members of the Portfolio Committee, as well as the Deputy Minister and the DG. We'd like to start by thanking you for the opportunity for NRF to come and present on the Strategy 2025, as well as the Annual Performance Plan for 2020-2021.
Can I briefly interrupt you,
Yes.
Madam, and ask you to switch on your video?
All right.
So that we can see you. You can only switch it off when you are not on the floor.
Yeah, I'm trying to turn it on. Somehow the button is not allowing me to.
Okay. Yeah, we will have to see you when you're addressing us.
Yeah. Please bear with me for a minute. Let me see what is. Honorable Chair, can you see me?
I can see you now.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
All right. Thank you very much once more. There seemed to be an echo. Yeah, just to thank the Portfolio Committee for the opportunity for NRF to present the Strategy 2025 as well as the APP for 2020-2021. And before we proceed with the presentation, I'll kindly request that my colleagues from NRF, the Corporate Executive Management, to introduce themselves, and then the CEO will then continue with the presentation.
So that, I don't have to put my video there.
Okay. It looks like there's more than one person speaking. Please, participants, let's mute our mics. When you enter, make sure that your mic is off so that you don't have to create the interruptions that we are now experiencing. Okay, was that the chairperson?
Yes, Chair. I have made some introductory remarks, and just because of time, I'll allow now my colleagues from the NRF to also introduce themselves, and then the CEO will take us through with the presentation.
Okay, have you introduced yourself?
I'm Nompumelelo Boko, the chairperson of the NRF board. Good afternoon once more. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Other members of the board, are they here? No, CEO?
The CEO will proceed. Yes, thank you.
Chairperson Molapo Kobela, Chief Executive here. May I proceed with the presentation, Chair?
Yeah, you can. Just make sure that your video is on when you speak.
My video is on, and I am. If you may be kind to confirm that you are able to see the presentation, Chair.
Not yet. Okay.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson, honourable members, and thank you Present today with me as the Chief Executive is the Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Bishan Singh. We have other colleagues as well, Mr. Kedirang Wakile, the Head of HR and Legal Services, Professor Gansen Pillay, the Head of Research and Innovation Advancement, Dr. Petiwe Matutu, the Group Executive for Strategy Planning and Partnerships, Dr. Beverly DeMons, the Group Executive for Science Engagement and Corporate Relations, and lastly, Dr. Clifford Ngomani, who is the Deputy CEO for National Research Infrastructure Platforms. Chairperson, I have the pleasure of introducing and presenting to you two issues, really, Strategy 2025 and the Annual Performance Plan for 2020-21 of the National Research Foundation. This year is the beginning of our new 5-year strategy, as well as...
If I can ask you to switch on your video.
Chairperson, my video is on, but I think it is being overridden by the presentation.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. The presentation is focusing on the Strategy 2025 and the Annual Performance Plan for 2020-2021. Chairperson, the content of our presentation really focuses on 4 key areas. Strategy 2025, as I said, the APP, resource allocation given the challenges that I think we are facing as a country, as well as the other challenge that we are currently facing, which is the novel coronavirus, COVID-19, and the way in which we have added our weight behind the national response to this particular global pandemic. Chairperson, I want to start really by thanking the Portfolio Committee under your leadership and those that preceded, because on the 1st of April of this year, the mandate of the National Research Foundation was amended through the amendment of the National Research Foundation Act. And in that regard, that mandate very clearly spells out our responsibility to contribute to national development. And we do that by supporting, promoting, and advancing research, as well as human capacity development. And there are a whole range of measures that are spelled out in the Act. We secondly develop and support and maintain national research facilities, which are national research infrastructure platforms that are made available to the entire national research system for their use and for the advancement of research and postgraduate training, as well as innovative development of technologies throughout the country. Supporting and promoting public awareness of and engagement with science is a new mandate in the larger scheme of things. We have been doing that, but it was never a statutory mandate, but it now is from the 1st of April. And then the last one, which is also new, promoting the development and maintenance of the national science system and support of government priorities. Those are the 4 anchors of the work of the National Research Foundation, as it is articulated in our mandate and in Strategy 2025. And in so doing, we have been reflecting, Chairperson, on slide 5, around how we want to ensure that we give expression to that mandate. Obviously, we have to take into account the whole context, the policy context of the country, not just the National Development Plan, the 2 white papers, particularly on science and innovation, science, technology, and innovation, as well as the PSET system, because, excuse me, a lot of the work of the National Research Foundation happens inside of the university system. White paper 3 of 1997, we believe is still pertinent, but also included, we have to take into account the medium-term strategic framework of our government, as well as the external context of the development of our continent through the African Union's Science, Technology and Innovation Strategy, STISA 2024, and the African Union's Agenda 2063. and the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So what we do, Chairperson, is to aspire to be a transformed, agile, knowledgeable knowledge organization that shapes and influences all aspects of research and the knowledge enterprise, with an unwavering commitment, Chairperson, to 4 anchors of everything that we do. That is transformation, impact, excellence, and sustainability. In that regard, we have amended our vision, given this is a new strategy, and we believe appropriate to our mandate, our vision is about advancing research for a better society. That is why we exist, and that is how we want, in many ways, to present ourselves and to be judged through the work that we do. Our mission has also been amended in the context of this new strategy, which is to enable and facilitate the contribution of knowledge and scientific research to national development. It is clearly extracting and codifying that mandate that I just talked about earlier, succinctly in a way of articulating our reason for existence and our raison d'être. The critical success factors that I mentioned earlier, Chairperson, of transformation, impact, excellence, and sustainability are the issues that inform everything that we do. We assess everything we do against those 4 basic but incredibly important principles. They are interrelated, they're interconnected. We believe you cannot have a sustainable science system unless it is transformed. We believe it is important for science to have an impact on society, and therefore impact becomes a very important element. And therefore, as you transform the system, you don't just transform it in terms of who generates new knowledge, but how that knowledge impacts on society. We must also advance excellence as a key element of advancing knowledge, and therefore excellence, sustainability, impact, and transformation become the core tenets of the Strategy 2025 and the work of the National Research Foundation as we go into the future. We have 4 outcomes in Strategy 2025, and the big difference between 2025 strategy and the APP is that the strategy, the 5-year strategy, talks of outcomes, and the APP talks of outputs, and the two obviously complement to each other. And the first one is a transformed, obviously it has to be internationally competitive and sustainable research workforce. It's important because the transformation agenda of our society and our country needs to continue throughout our knowledge system and the research enterprise more broadly. Enhanced impact of the research enterprise, it also gives that expression of why we believe it's incredibly important for science to impact substantially on society. Enhanced impact of science engagement, and that is a new mandate, but we wish to give expression to it through a particular outcome. And we look at ourselves as an organization that we cannot ask the system to transform without asking ourselves as an organization as to what is it that we need to do differently. And therefore we have a transformed organization that lives its culture and values as the 4th strategic outcome. Slide 9 and the few that follow are just to give you a little bit of context of the change that has happened over the years with regard to the transformation of the workforce, which is one of our strategic outcomes. And you will see that the researchers as well as the postdocs numbers that we have been supporting have been increasing marginally over the last 4 to 5 years, and it's obviously it is a function of resources. But secondly, what is more important is that the demographics have also been changing quite significantly over that period of time, particularly the gender and the race demographics. Similarly, when we are looking at the students, the demographics also changing quite significantly. One aspect that you will probably notice hasn't changed as much is because we have always pursued a very strong gender agenda, and we are sitting at 53% of all our students that we support being women. And our target, as you will notice in the next slide, is 55% over that 5-year period that is coming. And so both the race and gender aspects continue to be foregrounded for the transformation objectives. In terms of productivity of the system, we have been reasonably productive. You will notice that the bar graphs are showing an increase both in terms of the Web of Science publications of NRF-funded authors, which is the yellow, the gray, which is the publications of all other authors excluding the NRF. So the NRF supports approximately 4,000 researchers relative to about 50,000 academics that you find in the university system. And so, relatively speaking, they are quite productive. And the blue line is the total number of Web of Science publications worldwide. And we have been increasing our contribution to the world average over the years, and we are now sitting at about 0.8, if not 0.9% of the total global publication record. The national research facilities are, as I said earlier, Chairperson, those institutions that provide national infrastructure for the national science system. And we currently have those in 3 areas of nuclear or particle science research, biodiversity, and astronomy and astrophysics. And this just gives you a sense of their significant growth in terms of research productivity over the recent past. Chairperson, we are a relatively tight organization in terms of the number of people, because the bulk of our resources go to supporting the entire national science system. So we support researchers at universities, and other science councils, from the Medical Research Council to the ARC to CSIR, and many, many other organizations. So we try and make sure that we become a tight organization in fulfilling our mandate. In terms of us as an organization, I did mention the necessity for us to be a transformed organization that lives its values and cultures, and the gender agenda, as I had already indicated earlier, Chair, is something that from an internal NRF gender profile it has not mirrored the way in which we have supported postgraduate students. And you will see there has been a decline, particularly for the prominence 1 to 7 over the period 2014 to 2018, from 36 to 28%. And what we intend to do over this 5-year period is to reverse that trend and increase it at the very minimum to 38% over that 5-year period. In terms of the particular outcomes, Chairperson, these are detailed in the strategy itself, 2025. And on the left-hand side, we have got outcomes, and we've got outcome indicators, and then you've got a baseline and a 5-year target. So by way of example, Chairperson, the profile of NRF-funded postgraduate students who would have completed their studies, not just merely funded. We currently have a baseline of 54% women and 74% Black, and we want to move that women to 55%, and 80% of our students that are Black should have completed their studies. And there's a whole range of interventions that we will be putting in place as part of the APP to ensure that that happens. Chairperson, with your permission, I will not necessarily read all of them, but these are our baselines as well as our targets going into the future. Excuse me. This is just an example of what I've just presented. Over the years, you will see that the number of Black students that have graduated with our support has proportionally been much better than the general population that you will find in the university system, both at honors, masters, and at doctoral. And obviously, it's the same with the women. We've had and historically had that very strong gender agenda, and we continue to perform better than what you will find in the general population of the university students that are enrolled at all universities. Similarly, with the researchers, Chairperson, we have been significantly pushing hard the proportion of researchers that are supported that are Black, and you will see that proportionally we support more Black researchers than that exist in the national system. And we wish over the 2025 target of 5 years to increase that ratio from 33% to 48%. And with the women, we would wish to increase that ratio from 36 to 42%. So we wish to deliberately ensure that those that we support pursue this transformation agenda. Chairperson, with regard to the annual performance plan, you will recall that I said this is talking about outputs instead of outcomes. That is in the strategy 2025, and the strategic outcomes would obviously be slightly different, but will continue to mirror what you will find in strategy 2025. The outputs definitely will be different. So in this instance, I wish to use the example where in the outcomes we are measuring those that have graduated. In the APP, we are talking about those that we have funded. So this would be an input, and the other one would be an outcome of the input that we would have made historically. There isn't a one-to-one relationship, Chairperson, because some of the students take a longish time to complete. And so the fact that we would fund somebody in 2020 for a doctoral studies, they may only be seen in 2024 as a graduate. And so that's something that one needs to keep at the back of one's mind. But we have targets that are current, audited, estimate for 2019 because the current audit is being undertaken by the Auditor General, and then we have got annual targets for the MTEF period 2020 through to 2022. We have deliberately made these as proportions, so they're not necessarily dependent on how much money we have at any given point in time, but it is how we wish the resources to be deployed, irrespective of the quantum that may be available. At the bottom, Chairperson, you will see that we continue to be as lean as we can, humanly possible. Organizational overheads as a proportion of total expenditure have historically been maintained under 8%. And although we have presented in the APP a target of less than 10%, we will always be under that figure. There will be a whole range of initiatives, many of whom we are in engaged discussion with the Department of Science and Innovation. Awaiting the finalization of the decadal plan would be a research agenda which will drive the impact agenda that we discussed earlier. The engaged research framework which will drive that engaged mandate that we have been given. And what we believe would be necessary to drive all of these initiatives is a strategically orientated funding framework, which we are currently in discussion with the DSI to find a mechanism that will ensure that resources do drive a particular agenda that government has mandated the National Research Foundation to pursue. Other areas, Chairperson, without going into a lot of detail, is that we wish to ensure that there is equitable funding of researchers across the different stages of development. So you can support somebody to be a student, but you have to then continue to support them if they wish to enter the knowledge domain into postdoc, early career researcher, and then ultimately maybe 10, 20 years later, they become an established researcher and a chair. And unless you deliberately support that person's development growth, then we will not be succeeding in terms of the mandate that we have been given. We, as I said earlier, Chairperson, I have a responsibility of providing national infrastructure, and that national infrastructure requires people to look after the instruments. Instrument scientists, technical professionals, and we believe it is important as a national institution to enable the development of instrumentation scientists and technical professionals and ensure that we retain that expertise within the research enterprise. Otherwise, our investment in this infrastructure would be in vain because somebody else would have to actually come in and maintain it. Other issues, Chairperson, that I just want to flag on the slide is to co-create an organizational culture that is not just consistent with the values of our country, but the values of the organization, and that is appropriate for a science institution and a premier science organization that we aspire to be. Chairperson, mindful of the time that we have, in the areas of science engagement and the research enterprise, one of the things that we want to pursue, which has not been done historically, is to provide research infrastructure platforms to support the social sciences. The current research infrastructure platforms are supporting the natural and physical sciences, and we believe social sciences and the humanities are not just deserve, but it is imperative that we find a way of enabling them through research infrastructure platforms. Likewise, if we are to pursue an impact agenda, we need to change the way in which we manage our processes of grant allocation to include research impact ex ante and ex post review process. So at the point at which you make a decision to allocate a research grant, you need to assess the potential impact of that research on society. And then later you go and assess the extent to which that has been fulfilled once the research has been undertaken. I talked earlier about the engaged framework, Chair, under science engagement, but one of our key challenges in this next period is to design a fit-for-purpose science engagement organization within the NRF to drive this engaged research framework, as well as providing a management information system that allows us to be able to ensure that we can assess impact of our investment and our decisions with regard to science engagement. Chairperson, these are just details of some of the work that we'll be doing. We did talk to you last year about introducing a new policy on postgraduate student funding to enhance equity of access, success, and throughput, and really to retain particularly financially needy students and exceptional achievers. We've got to enable particularly those that did not historically wish to pursue postgrad because of circumstances, enable them to pursue that in a manner that is commensurate to their abilities. Similarly, we wish to propose the introduction of a program that targets exceptional researchers and scholars, young ones, who will continuously be the leaders of our research enterprise in the future. And obviously, this is heavily weighed towards an equity agenda, both of race and of gender. And this is an initiative that we trust and we hope will get resonance. It has already got support, obviously, from our board, and we will be pursuing that in this next phase of the 3-year MTF period. I've talked about the culture issues, Chairperson, living the values of the organization, likewise investing in our people in terms of providing lifelong interventions and skills of employees to enable people to be able to develop as well as to pursue an equity agenda in terms of our employment equity targets, and ensuring that there is always a good, strong succession pool that is diverse and to ensure the sustainability and diversity of the organization's leadership in all areas of the organization. Chairperson, as I could run towards conclusion, I just want to say a few things about resource allocation. We have 4 programs. Administration includes the responsibility for strategy, partnerships, as well as system information. And it's not just the CFO's office, as well as legal and human resources, but there are certain strategic components included in there. Our parliamentary grant, as you would be aware, Chairperson, constitutes 22% of our total budget. The bulk of the income of the NRF is through contracting with the Department of Science and Innovation and other contracts with other government departments, as well as private sector and international partners. And therefore, to a very large extent, the ability to make changes in the allocation is very difficult because 75% of that budget is predetermined upfront through contractual obligations. This is what the MTF budget, when it was presented and at the time when we developed the annual performance plan, looked like. We had a projection of 4.3 billion, 4.384 to be precise, for this financial year 2020-2021, both in terms of sundry income, other contract income, DSI contract, as well as the parliamentary grant, which we sometimes refer to as the MTF allocation baseline. Clearly, these figures would need to be adjusted because COVID-19 has had a significant impact on our economy. It has a significant impact on our society in more ways than one, well above the health aspect, the societal impact, as well as obviously the economic impact. And we are expecting and are anticipating a significant adjustment to the budgets, and therefore we will anticipate that maybe it might be necessary for us to readjust our APP when the time comes and it has been finalized. In discussions with the DSI, these are some of the potential implications of those adjustments. The absolute numbers are not as important, and I think, as what we are going to try and do to manage the impact of COVID-19 with regard to budget cuts. And all in all, assuming if we are requested to revise our budgets to this extent, it will lead to about 21 to 22% of our total budget, which is quite significant. This gives you a sense on the slide 30 of where these adjustments might happen. But again, I wish to stress it is more important to focus on the next slide, which is slide 31, which are the principles that we are in discussion with our department. The Director General is here, and these are principles that we believe would be important to use as we adjust our budgets into the future. The first one we believe quite strongly is that we must continue to support the transformation agenda of the organization, or obviously of the country. And we believe quite strongly that we need to protect the investments that we have made. If we have given an active graduate internship to a student, that should not be recalled. Likewise, if a postgraduate student has already been given a bursary, that bursary should not be recalled or adjusted downwards. And likewise, with postdoctoral fellowships and investment in the early career researchers. These are the future of the South African science system, and we need to find a way of looking after them, because they might be discouraged if we don't. And likewise, we need to also protect mission-critical projects. These are projects in science. If you stop them, you will not be able to recover from arresting them. And I just used the example of the Square Kilometre Array project, that is both a national project as well as an international project. Other areas that we are reflecting on these as principles where we might have to differentially make adjustments are obviously in the awarded research grants that we have allocated, and as well as savings that would accrue from postponement or cancellation of activities, as well as non-mission critical infrastructure projects, including delaying them if they are, if it is also possible, including obviously where we sometimes take some of our own meager resources and partner with international organizations to leverage international support. And there we might wish to postpone those twinning partnerships to be able to manage creatively the necessity of reducing our budget. So, but these are principles, like I said, Chairperson, that are in discussion with our department. And similarly, the board will be presented with a revised budget when these matters have been concluded. I want to conclude in the last 2 minutes, Chairperson, with your permission, on how we have contributed as an organization to the national COVID response. Firstly, as an organization, we need to be mindful that we support postgraduate students and researchers, and we need to be flexible in the manner in which these students particularly are impacted by COVID-19, where there is lockdown, etc. We obviously work very closely with the Department of Higher Education and Training to get guidance in terms of how postgraduate students are going to be permitted to go back, and when and under what conditions. But we would obviously need to be sensitive to particularly to consider requests for extension of time to completion of these postgraduate students in consultation with the host institution. And likewise, we need to be flexible with the usage of research grants. And an example is the purchase of data for connectivity for individuals to continue to engage with each other during this difficult period. A large number of the researchers that we support, whether as research chairs or centers of excellence or as ordinary researchers, are undertaking critical research in a range of areas that are germane to COVID-19. Zoonosis, epidemiology, virology, statistical modeling, viral typing, psychology, including, if I may add, Chairperson, philosophy, which is an important aspect of the research that is undertaking. The Ministerial Advisory Committee includes 15 funded researchers that currently serve on the Ministerial Advisory Committee on COVID-19 that supports Minister Mkhize. From a science engagement point of view, because of the responsibility that we have to engage society with science, we've been supporting the South African Science Journalists Association because, again, we need the journalists to understand the science, to be able to convey that science in a manner that people can understand and appreciate and have a better appreciation of what exactly is going on. And likewise, we have been working with our researchers to get them to write articles, to be out in the media, to explain to people as to what is it that is happening around them. I've already talked about the Ministerial Advisory Committee, Professor Slim Abdul Karim. Many people would have seen him as part of that public engagement. And I think it is the first time that we've had a scientist in primetime TV talking about science to the nation in the manner that actually happened. As an organization, we produce Science Matters, and that document has been shared, I think, with yourself, Mr. Chairman, and the honorable members of the committee. It covers a whole range of areas, again, to trying to get people to appreciate science in a manner that is digestible to an ordinary person that is not a scientist. I want to conclude, Chairperson, with the work that we are doing also as an organizational contribution. One of our national research facilities, the Radio Astronomy Observatory, is managing on behalf of the Department of Trade and Industry the National Ventilator Project. And one of them, the South African Astronomical Observatory, and I believe, Chairperson, you visited the SAO earlier this year and would have gone to the workshop. That workshop is producing prototypes for the ventilator project to test whether those prototypes would actually work. One of our smaller institutions in Makanda in the Eastern Cape is working with hand in glove with Rhodes University to produce hand sanitizers for the Eastern Cape. At the time when we did this presentation, they had produced together 2,450 liters of hand sanitizer, and that number has gone up to 8,000 liters, and that has been incredibly helpful to the community of the Eastern Cape. Others have been, Chairperson, by way of example, we've done monitoring tools, risk and vulnerability atlases to be able to assess the impact and track the impact of this pandemic on our population. Chairperson, thank you very much for your attention, and allow me to pause there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Doc. I see that there was a reflection on the budgets. I don't know whether did you also cover the entire budget, or is there going to be a separate presentation?
It is the entire budget, Chairperson.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Although we prefer that when we present the budget, it must be comprehensive, because there are three key documents that we really expect from the entities. It's the plan, the strategic plan, as we know that this is going to be the 5-year strategic plan, the annual performance plan, and the budget. So I'm just saying, for those who are going to present, please take us through comprehensively what your budget entails. But thank you very much, Doc. We will now, I think we're just going to take all the presentations, as I said, and at the end of all this presentation, I think we will give members about 15 minutes body break, so you can log off and then do whatever and then come back later on. So the next presentation is who's coming next, by the way?
Space Agency Chair.
Okay, Sansa. Can we get the chairperson to introduce himself or herself together with other members of the board if present, and then hand over to the CEO, who will then introduce the rest of the management team.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chairperson, and good afternoon to the members of the committee, Deputy Minister and the DG, and all the officials that are in the virtual room. My name is Xoli Swakakana, and I'm the Chairperson of the Board of Sansa. I firstly would like to thank you and the committee for giving us the opportunity to come and present our strategy and our APP for the period 2020 to 2025. We've brought you quite a contingency from Sansa. We have the 4 chairs of the 4 board committees, Ms. Innocentia Pule, who's our chair of the Audit and Risk Committee. We have Ms. Nomfuneko Majaja, who's our head of the Human Resources and Social and Ethics Committee, and Mr. Johan Prinsloo, who's our chairperson of the Strategy and Investment Committee. And then from the executive, we have Dr. Val Monsami, the chief executive, who is going to be taking us through taking the committee through the presentation. And then we have Ms. Bulelwa Pono, who's our Chief Financial Officer. We have Ms. Anne Slevin, who's our Executive Director for Enterprise Services. Mr. Amal Khatri, Executive Director for Space Engineering. Ms. Andy Melisa, who's our Managing Director for Earth Observation. Am I forgetting somebody? Mr. Raul Hodges, Managing Director of our Space Operations. And lastly, Dr. Leanne McKinnell, who's our Managing Director for Space Sciences. Forgive me if I've left anybody out. So I will then, Chairperson, if it's okay with you, hand over to Dr. Val Monsami to present our documents. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Monsami, you have to unmute yourself. We can't hear you. Yeah, just on the icons there, Dr. Monsami, you will see there is a video, and then there is a mic, and then something to share and all of that. So the next one on the mute, just unmute yourself.
We still can't hear you.
Yes, we still can't hear you. I think what we will do, Doc, let me help you. What we will do, okay. I suggest that you log off and then join the meeting again. And as you join the meeting, you must make sure that your audio is on and your video is on. So we are going to give you that opportunity to do that because we are not hearing you now. So I'm not sure whether the next entity is ready. Is ASSAf and TIA. Which one is ready? We will come back to Sansa.
Is that better, Chair?
Oh yeah, no, you are back now. Yeah, sure. Now we can hear you.
Okay.
So
my apologies. My apologies, Chair. The mic was on. I'm not sure what happened. Anyway, thanks from my side, and Honourable Chair and Honourable members, and for this opportunity. I'm just going to pull up the presentation very quickly. Sorry. Okay, it's coming up right now. There we go. Okay, Chair, I'm assuming you can see that. and then I will kick off once I get confirmation.
Yes, we can see the presentation. Go ahead.
Okay. Thanks, Chair. And I think the board chair, Ms. Kakana, did introduce the team. And as she indicated, there are 4 board members, chairs of the committees and the board chair herself. And I've also just given you a sense of the executive team at the bottom. And I will defer any questions to the executive team at the end. The structure of the presentation, I think just because it's the first instance where Sansa is engaging with the portfolio committee, we thought it was very important just to stress our mandate and then take you to a brief reflection of the situational analysis and then our strategic focus and then measuring our performance in terms of our indicators and our targets and so on. And then I'll look at some of the projects that are coming through on the horizon, just to give you a sense of where we are heading. Just in terms of our mandate, and before I kick on to the legislative aspect of where we derive our mandate, Chair, I just thought it was important just to very briefly give you a sense. Sorry, has my presentation been lost?
Yeah, it looks like it has been lost.
Oops, I'm not sure.
Try sharing again.
I'm just opening it up again. Okay, while it's coming up, I'm just going to talk very quickly. You can imagine that if you, right at this moment, switch off all satellites that's in orbit at the moment, some of the consequences you would expect is that even this meeting would not be possible without space technology. And if you look at live sports and live events that are screened through the television, that won't be possible without space technology. If you ever went into a shopping mall to do a transaction at an ATM, that's only made possible through space technology because the transactions actually go through a telecommunications satellite. Even the timestamp on those transactions come from satellite technology. And then if I take navigation and positioning, if you've ever used your phone to find a direction in terms of where you want to go to, you are actually using global navigation satellite services. And it's the same technology that's used by the aviation sector, the marine sector, and so on. And then if I look at the third aspect of what we do within Sansa, it's an Earth observation. So we look at the valuable resources across the country, both on land and the ocean. So at the moment, you can imagine, given the fact that we've got an ocean coastline of 3,200 kilometers, you cannot observe the full 3,200 kilometers on land. It has to be done by satellites. And that's something we're actually doing at the moment in terms of tracking ship traffic in our oceans. And then if you look at precision farming, all of the information comes from satellite technology. And then we have a unit called Space Science, and there we deal with aviation safety. We look at how the activities in the sun affect aviation safety. And there's a lot of defense work that we do for the South African National Defense Force, including Arms Corps. And I will speak through some of those aspects as we go through in terms of the work that we will be doing. But I just wanted to maybe very quickly also park and just give you a sense of what we've done using some of these technologies for COVID-19. So, for example, human settlement maps come from satellite imagery. If you want to deploy health workers to do testing, you have to know what your population density looks like, and you can get that from satellite imagery. Mapping of the spaza shops for small businesses, we've done that for the Minister of Small Businesses. And then we also manage the communications plan for the Defense Force. They use HF communications on the ground for communication while they're moving around on the ground. And we do the communications planning, essentially telling them at what frequency they should be operating, which is a function of what's happening in outer space. So these are the kinds of things that we're actually doing for COVID-19. And then we are currently engaging our industry in terms of solutions that we can use for COVID-19. So all of that is coming through as we speak, Honorable Chair. I then want to jump into the presentation itself and then just give you a brief sense as to where we derive our legislation. So we kind of straddle between two departments. It's the Department of Trade and Industry and the Department of Science and Innovation. So from a policy perspective, we have the Space Affairs Act and the National Space Policy, which sits in the DTI ambit. And then our line department, in terms of who we report to, is the Department of Science and Innovation. And from that perspective, we have the Sansa Act. And then we also have the 10-year innovation plan, where a lot of the foundation for this space program actually stemmed from in the early sort of 2008, 2009 timeframe. And then we have a national space strategy, which is a strategy for the entire country. And then we have a South African Earth Observation Systems strategy. And so that gives you a sense of our legislative, policy, and strategic mandate in terms of how we derive that mandate for SAMSA. And when we were conceptualizing the space agency, and this was around about 2007, we understood back in the day that there was a number of government departments that were actually using satellite imagery to make decisions. And what we actually did was we brought over 30 of those government departments into a room, and that was at the DSI. And we asked them the question is, what do you want from this space program if we establish a space agency? And gauging from their response, we then clustered the response into three vital areas, or what we call key priority areas. Environmental resource management was one of them, and you can see, I'm not going to read through that, but you can see the listing of all of those priorities, including ocean, coastal, and marine management. Health, safety, and security. There's disaster monitoring, hazards forecasting, disease surveillance as an example. And just to give you a sense, disease surveillance, at the moment we cannot monitor COVID-19 from space, from satellite imagery, but we can use satellite imagery to track how the disease is sort of spreading in sort of a geospatial perspective. But there are other diseases that we can track from space. So for example, if you're looking at a water body where the satellite keeps giving you an image every day of the water body, and if something changes in the water body, you can pick up there's cholera on the water before you actually see it or observe it physically. And then the third cluster chair is the innovation and economic growth. And there we're looking at tourism and recreation and telecommunications, which is a big growth sector for the space sector. And then we're also looking at development of the space industry. A core part of what SANSA's mandate is to facilitate and develop the local industry. So a lot of what we're trying to do in this space is about bringing the industry and essentially contracting or subcontracting industry to do some of the work that's required in the space sector. So this is giving you a sense as to what we are actually trying to do in terms of meeting government's user requirements. And then we've mapped those user requirements in terms of government's policy instruments. So we put down the 9-point plan, the National Development Plan, the triple challenges of government, the current medium-term strategic framework with the 7 outcomes, and also the 17 sustainable development goals. So if I take, for example, the very first top line, environmental and geospatial monitoring, of the 9-point plans, if we do this effectively, we can make a meaningful impact on 5 of those 9 points in the 9-point plan. And so the idea of this particular matrix was to give you a sense of how important space science and technology actually is for government policy imperatives. So for example, climate change, you cannot do climate change without space technology. 60% of the essential climate variables come from satellite technology. They're not ground-based. Okay. Chair, I'm not expecting you to read this, but I think one of the key aspects in terms of the guidelines for formulating the strategic plan was for us to demonstrate the theory of change that's adopted by government. And what we put down here essentially is the 5 strategic goals that SANSA will be adopting over the next 5 years. The first goal is around, firstly, building products and services that respond to what government said they would actually like the space agency to respond to. The second is, if you wanted to do that effectively, we need the core infrastructure to support those products and services. Okay. And then the third aspect is the knowledge that we need to generate in order to support the infrastructure and lead into the products and services. Okay. And then the fourth one is human capacity development. And then the fifth one, Chair, is actually becoming a key enabler for all of government. And what we've put down here, and it's in the strategic plan, is what is our expected outcome with regards to each of those goals, and what is it that we're expecting in terms of impact during the 5 year and at the end of the 5 years. We've also mapped what we are doing with regards to the DSI's outcomes. So they've adopted 6 outcomes. And what we've done is a mapping in terms of our strategic goals and how they align with our lead department in terms of their specific outcomes. And we've also mapped specific targets in terms of how we will, as an agency, contribute to the DSI's outcome at the end. And we've also taken the liberty, Chair, of doing the same exercise with the medium-term strategic framework, because the current administration works along the medium-term strategic framework. There's 7 priorities in the medium-term strategic framework. Again, we've mapped the goals and specific targets and how we'll make specific contributions to each of those priorities. So all of these, Chair, are in the document. I'm then going to just pop over to the situational analysis in terms of how we're faring as an agency. So I've put down on the right-hand side the specific needs that government asked us to respond to. And just from an Earth observation perspective, so at the moment we download satellite imagery on a daily basis. So at the moment we're downloading about 15 to 18 satellite images per day over South Africa. Okay. So at the moment, if you look at the spatial resolution, anything above 1 meter, we seem to be okay because we have satellites where we can download sort of medium to lower resolution data. A lot of the lower resolution data we can get free of charge, but it's when we get to the lower resolution, which is more for defense application, the sub 1 meter, which is coded yellow right here. That's essentially where it becomes very expensive to procure those kind of data sets. And so that's something we need to work on. The other 2 areas that are kind of red at the moment, which is what we are not working on, is navigation and positioning and communications. So the issue with navigation and positioning and telecommunications is that those departments, or the departments responsible for those portfolios, are the Department of Transport and Department of Telecommunication and Postal Services, which is now DCT-CD. And those are the line departments, and we haven't had much movement at a national front with regards to those particular portfolios. And then on the space science side of the equation, we do a lot, as I indicated in my opening remarks around the value of space. There's a lot that we actually do for the defense sector, and we monitor what's actually happening in outer space, because what happens in outer space actually affects the technology that we're using here on Earth. And there's a lot of disruptions that happen here on Earth because of active events on the sun that reaches us. So, Chair, this is just to give you a sense as to how we've been performing, and there's 2 areas that are coded red that needs attention in the next 5 years. We've also done a situational analysis in terms of our strengths and weaknesses and opportunities and threats. I'm not going to go through this, Chair, in the interest of time, but I think over the last few decades, we've developed quite a heritage in terms of space technology. But I think there's a lot that can be done, especially the fact that we're working in a resource-constrained environment. And I think that takes me to the next slide, which is around the financial sustainability. And you'll see towards the end here, our current baseline funding in terms of our allocation is around 150 million rands per annum. And at the moment, that's even declining. And I think because of the COVID-19, there are further cuts coming through. But the point I want to make in this slide is that we're currently not engaging on navigation and satellite services and telecommunication solutions and applications. Just by the way, we are currently looking at solutions with regards to telecommunications. We are talking to international service providers to get access to transponders, because if we did have our own telecommunications satellite right now, we could be doing teleeducation to the schools. So we could be beaming educational material directly into the homes where the students are actually, studying or living. So we are in discussion with some international service providers to see whether that's possible. And we're in discussion with TNet and Sanrail. We have the fiber networks on the ground, but they need the telecommunications link to make this live. And this is where Sansa is hoping to play a meaningful role. We also, because of the limited constraints or financial constraints, we've limited our support to the local industry as per the Sansa's mandate. So there's not much that we can actually contract out to the industry. And then because we're an implementing agency, we actually employ scientists, engineers, technicians, and so on. We're actually an implementing agency. So our salary bill is quite a substantial cost, or a fraction of our baseline, which is around about over 80%. It's about 85, 87% at the moment. I'm then going to just jump into the strategic focus and approach in terms of where we're heading for the next 5 years. We've just closed off in the last 5 years. And so for the next 5 years, we're actually taking a much more expansive approach, despite the fiscal constraints. And so we're looking at positioning ourselves for the African continent rather than just for South Africa alone. And I'll come back to why we are looking at that particular vision. The mission in terms of where Sansa is going to be playing, we'll be providing the leadership in ensuring that we unlock those products and services and the benefits that accrue out of the space technologies and platforms. And in terms of the African focus, the one thing I should mention is that through the African Union, there has been some movement in terms of setting up an African space agency. And a lot of what Sansa does in Africa is very, very unique. No other African country actually does that at the moment. So, for example, we're the only African country that has a base in Antarctica, where 80% of the science that's being done is actually space science related. We're the only country that has designed, manufactured, launched and operated a satellite. Every other African country buys a satellite from a foreign manufacturer. We're the only African country that has a space weather center that services. Well, we're now going to be building a new space weather center, which I'll talk about just now, and it's the only one of its kind. So there's a unique value proposition that Sansa offers, which is in South Africa, but it's opening that up for the rest of Africa. And given that there's an African space program coming through, and that will be hosted by Egypt at the moment. And just to make the point, we did not put our name in the hat for hosting the African space program. And I think for strategic reasons, we did that. The second element, there was a discussion of the ministers, the SADC ministers of science and technology in June last year, and then passed a resolution to set up a SADC space program. Now, this is not in competition with the African space program. In fact, the African space program, or the policy, does advocate for the RECs, or the regional economic communities, to set up space programs to look at specific requirements in each of the regions. So because we're part of the SADC, that also lends support for us to position what we are doing into the SADC region. So strategically, we're trying to play in Africa and in SADC and take what we've done historically into those regions as well. Chair, as I've indicated in one of the previous slides, there are 5 strategic goals. The key aspect in which we measure our success is through the products and services that we actually develop, and that's used by the government departments. And that's national, provincial, and local departments. The second aspect is that for delivering those products and services, to bring the satellite imagery back down from the satellites, to process the satellites, to get it distributed to the end clients, actually requires infrastructure. And that's something that we have within Sansa, which is part of the backbone, and we're still investing on, which I'll talk about just now as well. The third aspect is ensuring that we continuously generating knowledge, because the knowledge advancement in the science sector moves very quickly. Okay, so we have to ensure there's a robust R&D program within Sansa and in the sector itself. So knowledge production and the use of that knowledge for the products and services is very key. And then human capital development in terms of building a new cohort of scientists and engineers is very critical. So we have a bursaries and scholarships program, and we ensure there's interns that are taken up or are given experience within Sansa's various programs. And then the last strategic goal, Chair, is Sansa being a key enabler to unlocking those products and services for the government departments. So by the end of the 5th year, over the next 5 years, we want to ensure that 80% of all government departments, whether it's national, local, or provincial, actually use satellite or products and services that come out of the space sector. Not necessarily just Sansa, but even from the industry as well. And that will involve as well a number of training programs that we will issue or deliver to government departments just to build up the demand or the appetite for the demand. I'm not going to spend time on this. This is just putting the strategic goals into a narrative. I've just spoken about the 5 goals. I've given you the visual representation. And then there are 5 strategic objectives, which will then be expanded into the kind of targets and indicators that we've set ourselves for the next 5 years. So the first strategic objective, which is key for us, is the critical mass of skills and expertise. And so that talks about our bursary program, our outreach program, and our internship program. Then we want to exploit our knowledge base. So there's a big R&D focus within space science and Earth observation, but that R&D actually translates into those products and services that I've been talking about. And then the third aspect, which is part of our mandate, is to grow and transform the space industry. And I think the transformation aspect, which as the NRF also indicated, Dr. Kubela, is a very key component of industry development. And here it's Sansa working with the Department of Science and Innovation and the Department of Trade and Industry around an industry development framework and a number of instruments around how we can support the local industry. And then the fourth one, again, is the infrastructure, and that's core in terms of ensuring that there's a space value chain, and the infrastructure is appropriate for the entire value chain. And then the fifth aspect, Chair, is the strategic partnerships. And we've segmented that in terms of national partnerships on the African continent, and then partnerships outside of the continent, international partnerships. I also thought it was important, Chair, just to give you a sense as to how we're moving from the last 5 years into the next 5 years. So with regards to Earth observation, our core focus up until now has been on the data and infrastructure, which is a support function, and the development of those products and services, which to a large extent has been seen as in-house development. And so for the next 5 years, we're still focusing on data and infrastructure. So that becomes the national backbone. In fact, in the last month and a half, we put on a high-performance computing platform down. And we have satellite imagery that goes back to 1972, which is very, very critical for evidence-based policymaking. So if government wants to make a specific policy intervention, let's say around the environment, one of the key aspects of what's needed in terms of data and analytics is how did the environment change historically? So we're putting an infrastructure in place called a data cube, where we're ingesting all of the satellite imagery that we have in our archive and making sure that they are analysis ready. And then whatever questions is thrown at the system, it can produce it in a very quick time. Historically, something like this would have taken something like 4 to 6 months to go through the processing chain. With the data cube platform, we can do it within 3 hours, essentially. And this is something that we are working towards. And so there's the products and services. Sansa will be responsible for just the very basic processing, but the rest of it will be farmed out to industry to develop those products and services. And those will obviously go to the government departments and even to the private sector, which is our new growth target as well. So this is how Earth observation is being repositioned in the next 5 years. If I look at space science, we've been very focused on R&D, and we've seen some successes coming out of the R&D. Especially around the Space Weather Center. So this has been our focus in terms of research around space weather, space science research. The SANAP is the South African National Antarctic Program. And then we've also been delivering on products and services to a number of government departments, but primarily the defense sector. So going forward, we want to keep the focus on the R&D. So we want to do R&D to understand our space environment. We also want to do applied research, electromagnetic research technologies. And this is more geared towards the solutions we're working towards. And then SNAP, because 80% of what happens in Antarctica is actually space science related. And the reason for that, Chair, is that if you look at the Earth's magnetic field, if you look at the map of the magnetic field of the Earth, it actually converges and diverges in the magnetic poles. So if you have instrumentation in the South Pole as an example, anything that happens in outer space gets mapped along magnetic field lines. So the polar cap is a natural observatory to observe what's happening in outer space. And that's why the Antarctic program is so vital to space science. In fact, we call it a window into geospace. So in terms of where we're moving, Chair, one of the big successes we've had in the last year and a half is we've got a designation from the International Civil Aviation Organization to provide space weather information to all aircrafts coming in and out of Africa. And the reason for this is that when a pilot files a flight plan, they have to include space weather information on the flight plan. And the reason for that is that when you're flying, if there's an active, or let's say there's an activity coming from the sun, and there's excessive radiation that's being spewed out from the sun and that comes into the Earth's environment, what actually happens is your navigation signal that come from the satellites gets eroded. And so you are unable to navigate your aircraft. So you lose sense of where you're actually flying. The other aspect is the pilots actually communicate to the ground station using what we call HF communications. So they transmit a signal, an HF signal, which then gets bounced off the ionosphere and then hits the ground segment or the ground station. Now, what actually happens during these active events, there's so much of ions in the ionosphere, it actually absorbs that signal. So that signal doesn't get passed on to the ground segment. And so you have an HF communications blackout where the pilot cannot communicate to the ground and you lose communications with the aircraft. The third aspect is excessive radiation. If you're flying on an aircraft during these active events, you will get radiated. And the worst region in the world is between Southern Africa and South America. If you're flying to Brazil, there's an area called the South Atlantic anomaly, which is a very weak magnetic spot in the Earth, and you will get an excessive dose of radiation. So you don't want to essentially fly during those times, okay, if you don't want to get radiated. So we're providing all of the data to flag to pilots when these active events are happening. And in order to do that, we have what is called an African Instrumentation Network Initiative, because we're very good at measuring space from the ground, from the Southern African perspective, and even in Antarctica. But in order to do this effectively and support space weather for the aviation sector in Africa, we have to have ground instrumentation over the entire African continent. And so we're working with a number of African partner countries to build this network of equipment and instrumentation. And then we'll still keep our focus on supplies to the local customers. That's primarily the Defense Force, but there are a few other sectors that we are looking at. So as I mentioned, aviation is one sector. We'll be focusing on the marine sector and then also the mining sector. And then space operations, we've primarily been involved in telemetry tracking and command. So we are able to talk to the satellites, give them commands, do any housekeeping that's required in terms of energy budgets or programming the computer, onboard computers on the satellite. We also do data reception on a daily basis. As I've indicated, we do about 18 satellite passes where we receive data on a daily basis at our Hartbeespoort facilities. So data reception is a core aspect of what we do. And then we're also hosting infrastructure for foreign entities or other space agencies around the world. And this has been a core part of what we've been doing within Sansa. We will still keep that primary focus, but there's new areas that we want to branch out into. The first one is teleports. So at the moment, we're building about 20 antennas on the ground. So there's a number of constellations that are coming through, and we're talking about hundreds of satellites. So if you look at, for example, Elon Musk, he's talking about 40,000 satellites. which will provide global internet connectivity. So if you're in a rural community, all you need is a little receptor the size of your teacup to get internet connectivity. And so you have to bring the data back down. And this is where Sansa is invested. We have dark fiber from Harshabiastuk to the Terraco backbone. And so that data will be fed back into the backbone. And Sansa is providing that service. The Deep Space Network, so NASA, for example, is interested in going back to the moon in 2024. And we've been in discussion with NASA since 2014, 2015. And they want to put down the 4th Deep Space Network in South Africa. And we're looking at Fontaine at the moment. And we're working closely with them. And I believe our minister did a cabinet presentation this morning or sometime today around the DSN. And this is something that we'll be announcing in the near future with NASA in terms of their return back to the moon, and then also for supporting the future Mars missions and so on from South Africa. I did mention, Chair, the Global Navigation Satellite Services and Telecommunications Satellite. We have capabilities inside of Sansa. So on GNSS, we've done a pilot study 2 years ago with some other entities around the world where we put infrastructure in place in Southern Africa. So for example, if you're using your GPS phone or GPS on your phone, the error signal on your phone or you get from your GPS satellites is off by 5 to 10 meters. So if you complement that with the ground infrastructure, then your error signal gets reduced to within a meter. Now, this is very, very important. So, for example, we're talking to telecommunication or the postal services, where especially houses in the informal settlements don't have a physical address. So you want to assign to them a GPS address. And so you need the accuracy to be within a meter, below a meter. Another classic example, contact tracing during COVID-19. If your error signal is off by 5 to 10 meters, and if you're using your phone to see who's been in contact within the vicinity of 1 meter within this particular case, you will get an erroneous result if your error signal is too large. And then I've also spoken about telecommunications, Chair. And then the last one, Chair, is space engineering. So we have a program that's looking at satellite engineering and program management. And our focus up until this point in time was EOSat-1 mission, which was the next South African satellite. And I think the one we were working on was around 400 kilograms. But going forward, we still want to complete EOSat-1 mission. But we're looking at what sort of space missions do we need for the country over the next 10 years. How do we support the industry in that development? So at the moment, Sansa will only be responsible for very high-level system engineering. The rest has to be done by industry. We also have support from the DSI in terms of upgrading some of the facilities. So over the next 2 years, we'll be upgrading our assembly, integration, and testing facilities, which is in Grabouw. And I believe, Chair, the committee wanted to visit, so we would like to see the committee both at HOTEC and the other facilities at Space Science, Harshabiastuk, and so on. So our approach, Chair, is apart from just trying to limit ourselves with regards to just what we've been doing with the last 5 years, we've also taken a more aspirational approach and trying to expand some of the programs and repositioning Sansa in terms of where we want to go. And there's a strong alignment between what we're doing and the government policies. We've also, Chair, looking at the culture of the organization, because we certainly need a turnaround in terms of the organizational culture. We actually, at the moment, we undertaking an exercise with GTEC, which is a consulting arm of National Treasury, to relook at our business model and the organizational design, and we're right in the middle of that. We also have approved the need for an institutional review, just to bring in international experts to get a sense as to how Sansa is positioning itself internationally, and that also will give us some direction as to how we should navigate over the next 5 years. And then implementation of strategic projects, partnerships, is very key for us. And whether it's national, Africa, or internationally, we're looking at 5 strategic projects in each of those clusters every year. And then obviously for us, the financial sustainability will be a key aspect. And Chair, we do have a set of values that we aspire towards. It's service, delivery, teamwork, respect, integrity, personal growth, and excellence. So everything that we do as an organization is clustered around the organizational values. And just on this point, Chair, we're in a transition phase with regards to organizational culture. Historically, up until this point, we've been taking an approach of mission-driven. Our focus is on the programs, and then the values essentially pull us in that direction. So it's mission-driven, values-led. But we've turned that around to say it's values-driven and mission-led. So the values that we inculcate in the organization is what drives the success of the organization. And that feeds through into the different missions and the programs that we set ourselves in. So we're reorientating our approach in terms of our values. And I think Dr. Kobela also indicated the investment in the people is one of the core aspects we need to focus on. And that helps us to build a reputation, performance, and strategy. And reputation for us, Che, is very, very, very important. And primarily because a lot of these international agencies come to us because of the reputation we've had over the last years. So linked to that is the organizational culture, the business model, the structure, and then the financial sustainability. So I'm just going to run through very quickly in the indicators and targets. So strategic objective 1 is around the critical mass. So we want to reach, over the next 5 years, 185,000 young students. So we engage students on an annual basis, over 25,000. And we have a mobile lab within Sansa, thanks to the NRF or SASTA, where we've got the funding for those mobile labs. And we go to schools that don't necessarily have laboratory facilities. And we have a staffing complement that goes out to these schools, engage with the students, and then also conduct these experiments at the various schools. And then we also involved in the Sci-Fest festivals or the science festivals and so on. We also have a bursaries and scholarships program. So on an annual basis, we have, sorry, the slides are jumping. We issued about 52 masters and PhD bursaries and scholarships. And that is funding that we also get from the NRF, which Dr. Kobela spoke about, the bursaries and scholarships program. And then we also host interns within Sansa and the outreach that I've just spoken about. On objective 2, Chair, we're working towards 7 operational space-related applications. Now, these are very broad areas. Chair, this link is very unstable. I'm going to try.
Yeah.
It's coming through. I'm almost there.
Okay. If you can work towards wrapping up.
Yeah, I will do that, Chair. I'm just going to go to the page. I'm almost towards the end.
I think you had slide 31 or 32.
It's 32, yeah. Yeah, I'm going to jump into objective 3, Chair. Satellite passes, as I said, we do telemetry tracking and command. The other area that I haven't spoken about, we do launch support. So every time the US or Europe launches a satellite, they lose sight of the rocket that comes over South Africa, and we do launch support. So we take control of the launch vehicles. We do the upper stage releases, the release of the satellites or the payloads from the rockets. So all of that control is being done from Sansa, and we have to ensure a 98% success rate for the work that we do. And that's essentially where we gain our reputation. And then we also generate income from the services we render to the international community. That's over the next 5 years will be about 352 million rands. 20% of the value that we contract to the local industry, we've targeted for small, medium enterprises, and also to look at it from a transformation perspective as well, in terms of transforming our industry. And then the full value that we will be contracting to our industry is 306 million over the next 5 years. There's a number of satellite programs that we're looking at. So in 2018, we launched our Kube 2, which is providing a sense of what's happening in our coasts. And there's a few more satellites. In fact, we're working towards a constellation of 9 satellites. And then we're also looking at African resource management constellation. So we're working with Nigeria, Kenya, Algeria, and ourselves in terms of each one putting a satellite in a constellation. And that's something that we are working with our partners on. And then the Space Weather Center Chair, we've got some funding from the DSI in terms of building a new state-of-the-art Space Weather Center that will be 24/7 operational. And we've already gone on a tender for the architecture of that, and we're hoping that the portfolio committee will visit us when it's time to launch or do the SWOT turning. We're also working on Digital Earth South Africa. That's the data cube that I've been speaking about, and we will be ingesting all of our satellite data into this as time goes on. I've spoken about the AIT upgrade, so we're upgrading our satellite engineering facilities. And then, Chair, this is just to give you a snapshot of the partnerships or the active projects that we will have with sister agencies in South Africa, and then agencies in the African continent, and then internationally. We want to, at the end of 5 years, to ensure that 80% of government departments are using the products and services that come out of Sansa. We will give training and awareness programs to the various government departments to raise awareness of our product and service offering from the sector. And then also to make ourselves a high-performing agencies in terms of the culture, the business model. Those are the things that we are also working on at the moment, Chair. Chair, what I've put here is very briefly a sense of what the full financial requirements would be for the full mandate. As I indicated, currently our budget allocation is around 150 million. Our annual operational requirements is around 250 million. So we do generate a lot of the revenue that's required to keep us sustainable. But if we really want to fulfill our mandate, we will have to operate at these levels. Okay? Now, we do understand that there's a constraint in terms of the fiscus, and it's getting even more constrained as we speak. But in order to circumvent this, we are undertaking a business model discussion with the GTAC colleagues, as I indicated. And we are in discussion even with National Treasury. We had a consultation with GTAC and starting to explore how we can engage in PPPs, public-private partnerships, and how we can drive a more commercialized agenda in terms of making Sansa more sustainable from commercial opportunities going forward. And so this is where we want to push Sansa in terms of the long-term prognosis, in terms of us being sustainable. And then the last slide, Chair, is these are the things that I've spoken about. These are things that are new, that have come through in the last year or two. And these are things that will be driven quite hard in the next 5 years to make Sansa more sustainable. And these are new opportunities and paid for services, and trying to get some of our facilities ready for the next 5 years, Chair. And just very quickly, there's some structural refinements, and this is talking to the previous slides. So in Earth observation, there's some projects happening with regards to the data cube industry development. I've spoken about the new Space Weather Center for space sciences, the upgrade of the facilities for HOTEC, and I've spoken about for space operations, teleport services, deep space networks. So these are new exciting ventures that are coming through for the next 5 years, Chair. So, Chair, that's the end of my presentation. I'm sorry if I've taken a bit of the time, but I thought it was important just to give you a sense as to the full focus and mandate of Sansa to get an appreciation. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that was very informative, given the fact that this time that we are sort of engaging with Sansa. So I think it was worth it. Can we move to, is it ASSAf?
Yes, good afternoon, Chairperson. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you. It's my pleasure. My name is Jonathan Jansen. I'm the president of the Academy of Science, and I am also a professor at Stellenbosch University. I would like to begin by introducing our team. First of all, a fellow council member with us today is Professor Stephanie Burton, who until recently was the Deputy Vice Chancellor or Vice Rector at Pretoria University. Then our Secretariat consists of the Executive Officer, Professor Imla Sudial, our Finance person, Morakeng Chiluane, our HR person, Lynette Duplessis. Stanley Maposa is in charge of international liaison. Susan Feltzman is in charge of our scholarly publishing program. So that is the team, and it is our pleasure to present to the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee this afternoon. And I will make some closing comments in the context of the current pandemic and the fact that we obviously prepared this documentation for you before the much of the lockdown. So I'll say a little bit about what that means for our work, but also about a very important statement on coronavirus, on COVID-19 that the Academy put out yesterday. But let's get into, if you are happy with that, let's get into the presentations themselves. And I'm going to start off, Chairperson, by asking Professor Sudial to present first. She will then introduce and hand over to Mr. Chiluane, and then back to me for some closing remarks. Do you have any questions at this stage, Chairperson?
No. Let's proceed. Let's get the Prof to take us through.
Sure. Prof. Sudial, over to you.
Thank you very much, Jonathan, Chairperson, members of the Portfolio Committee, the Deputy Minister, the DG, and fellow colleagues. Thank you very much. I will try to share my presentation now. Great. Is it coming through clearly?
Yeah, we can see it, Prof.
Beautiful. Well, thank you once again, and I'm going to present our strategic plan and annual performance plan under following headings. Firstly, the background. As the committee may be aware, ASSAf is the official National Science Academy of South Africa and has been established by an Act of number 67 from 2001. And the chief mandate of the Academy is to promote and inspire outstanding achievements in all fields of scientific inquiry and to grant recognition for excellence. And as we'll see from the next slide, we're a membership organization, and so our human capital by way of our members is our trump card. These members are internationally respected and well connected, and many of our members have been very, very active in recent weeks, talking about issues related to the pandemic and otherwise. So collectively, our membership provides a resource that allows us to produce evidence-based solutions to national problems. ASSAf had a few main goals. Firstly, the recognition and reward for excellence, and this is among our members and membership and so forth. Promotion of innovation and scholarly activities, the promotion of effective evidence-based scientific advice, promotion of public interest in and the awareness of science and science education, and the promotion of national, regional, and international science. And as such, we have an international footprint where we try to engage as best as we can with problems with the ultimate goal of serving society using an evidence-based approach. So our values is quite clear. ASSAf is an independent, non-biased, and credible source of scientific advice. And given the diversity of the ASSAf membership, we are able to embrace the full disciplinary spectrum to strategize on global issues of concern. And as such, our activities are multidisciplinary, multisectorial, and transdisciplinary. Among all of these values, our advice and the work that we do is authoritative, independent, objective, trusted, and so forth. Now, in the development of the strategic plan, several ideas helped frame what we've tried to do. Firstly, we conducted a SWOT analysis. And Chairperson, I would like to say that I only joined in the capacity of Executive Officer at the end of 2018. So this is the first strategic plan that's been done under my watch. So we had to do a judicious assessment of what was being conducted within the ASSAf brand over the years. We also used the institutional review from 2016 to work on issues that we would like to implement and see going forward in a much better pace. And of course, over the years, we've had a very excellent engagement with the Council, the Secretariat, and the membership in trying to reflect on what it is we do and how we could do things better. And in the interim, there have been several national guidelines like the medium-term strategic framework, as well as a recent white paper on science and technology that has provided us with some refinements as to how we could present the work of the Academy going forward. So if we look at the SWOT analysis, we have many, many strengths. And first and foremost, being a membership organization, as I've alluded to earlier, we have membership diversity with very, very, very strong representativity across the various disciplines. We host our own journal, the South African Journal of Science, which is the flagship journal of South Africa. And this gives us opportunities to put forward national research activities and also those that reflect on how we as a country are situated in the context of the African continent. Our Quest magazine is a resource that's targeted at senior scholars, and that gives us an opportunity to impress science and scientific curiosity in advancing their interests going forward. We do also admit to having a few weaknesses. Of course, we work in an environment that's competitive. We always say that funding is lacking in terms of what we want to do. We would acknowledge also that our marketing strategies need some improvement. We have many members who are inactive, and we need to do a lot more to focus on the ASSAf brand and to get the buy-in from members. We have limited engagement with civil society and business, and we hope to fix that in the near future. And Often our studies are published with lots of engagement, but we could do a lot better to have government uptake of some of the ideas that we put forward as recommendations. There are many, many opportunities going forward. I don't want to go through them all, but using our bandwidth of promoting the excellence of science and scientific curiosity, through our membership, we would be able to position ourselves in a space that is accountable to the public at large. And with respect to threats, well, as I mentioned, we work in an environment that's highly competitive. Sometimes the activities we engage with could encroach on other entities and other stakeholders. So, of course, we need to be wary in terms of competition for limited funds. And of course, the best way going forward is through engagement and collaboration. So those are some of the things that help us to guide a better way of going forward. As mentioned, our members are our key strengths. As of the end of last year, we had a total membership of 573. And over the years, we have been increasing the representativity of female members as well as members by race. Now, I'm aware that the prompt that comes up at the bottom may be blocking some of the statistics, but the point I want to raise to here, to this particular slide, that with respect to the male to female ratios, we are around 75% male and 25% female overall, but of course we are improving on that from year to year in our total membership. Similarly, with respect to race, we try our best to improve on the total statistics, but this which reports in the last 5 years shows a trend of improvement, and we will continue to strive to improve on those numbers. With respect to institutional affiliation, of course, we have some skylines and some traps, and we need to transform the Big Five into a much better apportionment across the geographic landscape by institution. And we have some mechanisms of trying to improve this, but at best we need to engage with our colleagues situated throughout the country to try to enhance representation across the national grid. Now, very often we ask ourselves, how representative is the ASSAf membership relative to the national academic landscape? And last year, Johan Mouton's group at Stellenbosch produced a very great account of the research enterprise in the country. And if through the use of this cartoon, I try to illustrate our representativity, if we were to assume, and this is based on the first assumption, that of all PhDs produced in the country represent one of the criteria for consideration of membership, then that would be the upper boundary of our membership. And then as we use the other criteria, the pathway to becoming internationally recognized, and all the other publications and various other criteria used to become this internationally recognized scholar, then the pool becomes very little from which we can draw from. And then if we look at the national statistics relative to ASSAf by discipline, then we see something very, very interesting. For example, with respect to the agricultural sciences, 3% of representation of scholars across the national grid make up 3% in this particular discipline. And the membership by way of agricultural sciences within ASSAf is about the same, 3%. Similarly, for engineering, ASSAf has double the number of members as opposed to the national grid. We have 3 times the number of members in health sciences relative to the national statistics. And for humanities, we are double, natural sciences 3 times, and for the social sciences, about the same. So very often when you look at the histograms side by side, we look kind of skewed that, health sciences are overwhelmingly dominant. But then we try to do this exercise to reflect on how representative we were relative to the national grid. And over the years, again, if we take 2006 as being the year when ASSAf became fully operational and compare statistics close to that time to 2005 to 2015, again in alignment with the Johan Mouton study, we can see that with respect to the number of female members, ASSAf has grown from 5% in 2006 to 25%, a whole 20% increase. So here again, we have shown progression, and of course, we need to do better, but I needed to have some insight as to how we were doing relative to the 2006 year. With respect to Black members within the academy, we are still within the ballpark of the 120, and so there's room for improvement there, like with our number of females in the overall capacity. But one area where we don't have very good information to do this sort of comparison, because the sorts of disaggregated data were not available to me at the time, it was to specifically look at what can be done with respect to advancing Black females within the academy. Why do I stress all of these as the background? Because ASSAf is conscious of its transformation imperatives, and all of these will feed into how we put together strategies to be better represented in these areas. Coming to our situational analysis with respect to our operations in the past. In the past 5 years, ASSAf has produced around 60-odd publications consisting of consensus studies and reports, proceedings and other reports, policymakers' booklets, statements, and so forth, and books. And we've given you some insight as to the numbers from year to year. I think we're doing reasonably well on that ground.
Prof, we keep
sustainable development goals.
Prof, we
Yes.
keep on losing you. I'm not sure whether your connectivity is fine.
Yeah, sometimes during the day it kills. Sorry about that. As part of the working from home issues.
No, it's fine, Prof. You've got 47 slides and you're on slide number 21.
Yeah.
I'm worried about time because you have to wrap up in the next 20 minutes. Yeah, please.
As I was saying.
Okay, Prof. If
yes.
you can please just go to the strategic plan and quickly the APP and present us the budget. I think the background information we find. Let's just get into the plan for the future.
That's fine. All right. So I would just like to mention that ASSAf has several stakeholders to whom our strategic plan speaks, and these include the various categories as shown in this slide. So whatever we do, we try to reach out to these stakeholders as best as we can. So in terms of repositioning ASSAf with respect to national issues, we are cognizant of contributing to the white paper, also cognizant of the many attributes that are endorsed within the medium-term strategic plan. These are indicated here. Coming specifically to this, the impact can be realized through the increased value of science in society. And through this, we try to punt for science for science, science for policy, and science for society. And we hope to collectively do this by the role of the Academy advancing the objectives of the White Paper for Science and Technology, Science, Technology and Innovation, and the Medium-Term Strategic Framework, promoting the advancement of evidence-based research related to the Sustainable Development Goals, and science engagement and science communication. So we currently have this structure within the Academy of different programs, and each of the programs take care of specific activities: science advisory, scholarly publishing, the liaison program, and communication. And collectively, with respect to our refinement of our strategic goals and objectives, the first one being independent, authoritative, and influential scientific advice. Through this, ASSAf aspires to continue to conduct effective evidence-based multidisciplinary science to inform policy and practice for the betterment of society, to engage with science engagement, to promote public interest and awareness of science, science education, and the value of evidence-based information in growing the knowledge economy. The third objective is mobilizing knowledge, and this is to strengthen interaction and access to ASSAf knowledge resources, facilitating partnerships to strengthen regional, national, and international partnerships and to create new ones, scholarship to support, and this is to promote human capital investment in young scientists, women in science, and of course, transformation agenda, which will be embodied in each of the other strategic outcomes, and that is including membership, the advancement of women in science, and engaging young scientists. So the next couple of slides, Chair, just deals with the specific strategic objectives and the outputs and the sorts of indicators we propose to aspire towards in the forthcoming years. But in the interest of time, and I will just skip through these. These are the 6 outcome indicators with the plans linked with all. And in this slide, which is difficult for everyone to see, we try to present what would be our annual targets related to each of these activities. Of course, when conducting these sorts of plans, one has to be wary of the risks that are associated with each and come up with plans to mitigate against these. And for each of our strategic objectives, we've applied our minds to identifying some of the risks and given some of the cyber issues and the fact that ASSAf is, or the Secretariat is mainly involved with computational sorts of activities. we need to ensure security for those types of operations going forward. With respect to transformation, and again, the next couple of slides speak to it, but in the interest of time, I would just like to say that consideration has been given to applying transformation imperatives with respect to membership, in the support of our young scientists through our Young Academy of Science. With respect to staff issues, we want to advance staff and to make sure that they are happy to go into the office to work and to make work a suitable place and a happy place for all. And also within our operational activities, we want to do the best that we can and to develop skills and so forth. So we've outlined a transformation strategy and the principles on which those are based. And again, in the interest of time, I would skip on those, but now to call in my financial manager, Mr. Morakeng Chilowani, to present our financial activities. Morakeng?
Thank you, Himla. And good afternoon, Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee.
Good afternoon, sir.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Chair. Yes, I was saying good afternoon to you and members of the Portfolio Committee, as well as the Deputy Minister out there and the DG, as well as our President, Professor Jonathan Jansen. Chairperson, thank you very much for the opportunity to present to you our projected budget for 2020-2021. You would have noticed, Chairperson, that on the scripture that we are presenting there, it talks to the 3 years. That is this current financial year as well as the 2 outer financial years. But of course, attention is on the 2020-2021 financial year. And therefore, I'm not going to talk to the other 2 outer years. Chairperson, our budget talks to our sources of funding, and that is represented on the top part or top section, and the total of which comes to just over 41 million. Our allocation of these resources talk to the programs that the Executive Officer, Professor Himla Sudiale, spoke to, and that is governance and administration, science engagement and strategic partnerships, science advisory program, as well as scholarly publishing and public resources. I have taken note, Chairperson, of your request that you wanted details insofar as our figures are concerned. What is on the screen is a summary, but just to give you a taste of what the details are. With regard to our allocation of those resources, our governance and administration program is responsible for all governance-related activities, and that is guided mainly by our accounting authority, which is the Council. And of course, that program is also responsible for compliance, as well as the hosting of our annual general meeting. As a membership-based entity, as the Executive Officer has outlined, we are required by the Act to have an AGM on an annual basis. In addition to the activities that are catered for under governance and administration, it's financial management, human resources management, audits, both internal as well as external, supply chain management, IT infrastructure, as well as communication. The other program which is science engagement and strategic partnerships. Under that program, the activities undertaken or catered for under that particular program is the hosting of the South African Young Scientists, African Academy Development, African Diaspora Colloquia, Science Diplomacy, the hosting of annual Young Scientists Conference, hosting of TWAS SAREP, Women in Science and Technology, Gender Insight, Lindau, Innovation for Inclusive Development, public lectures, as well as overseas collaboration. And under the Science Advisory Program, that is where studies are undertaken. The executive officer in her presentation has spoken about that. And therefore, in the interest of time, I don't think I should dwell into that. But just to give you a taste, Chairperson, some of the activities, of course, relates to, in broad perspective, health, climate change, as well as poverty alleviation. And with regard to some activities that we do undertake under that, it's under immunization, poverty and climate change, gene therapy, human genetics, hydraulic fracturing, alternative telecommunications technology, mental and neurological studies, and so on. And sorry, Chairperson?
Speak to the numbers. Speak to the numbers. Don't give us the activities, the program, please.
Okay.
You can just finish because we do not have enough time. I want you to speak to the budget and the numbers.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Chairperson. I thought, when you wanted the details, you wanted those kinds of details. But yes, I understand and I hear you. And of course, in terms of our allocation of those resources, members will have noticed that, under admin and governance, yes, we allocated about 12.6 million, and under science engagement, it's 13.4, science advisory, 5.7, and scholarly publishing and public resources, 9.2. In our continuous engagements with the DSI under the guidance of the CFO, of which we appreciate very much, it has been brought to our attention that the National Treasury is looking at, of course, implementing some budget cuts, which are intended, to alleviate our situation in which we are of COVID-19. And therefore, it has been pointed to us that our budget will be cut by about 2,790,000. Of course, that is hard, and it points to the fact that things are not going to be easy going forward. But of course, Chairperson, we do understand the environment in which we are all together, and therefore we are supportive of the initiative that the government and the DSI is doing, and therefore, yes, we will take it on the chin, even though, yes, it is just going to exacerbate our challenges. Thank you very much, Chairperson, for your time.
Thank you, Moro King, and sorry that we've had to be rushed. But I now hand over back to President Jonathan Jansen for closing remarks. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, both Imla and Moro King. Chairperson, in the light of the time constraint, I'm not going to make any extensive remarks except to say that we put out a very important statement yesterday as the Academy of Science, which is our duty to speak to issues of evidence and advise government, which we did. And basically the issue is, which I think the Portfolio Committee must be aware of, it's a call really on government to extend the expertise of science that they have that it has available to it beyond simply the epidemiologists and the physicians and so on, to include social scientists, people who could talk to issues of social distancing in crowded settlements, to issues of education and the reopening of schools to issues of the mental health impact of COVID-19 on our people. So I just want to make you aware, I'm sure you've seen it, but just to make you aware of the fact that this has been a very important activity for us to put out there in the public. So in addition to what we do in the sort of day-to-day, programmatic activities, having these public statements to really help and assist and advise government, like yesterday, is a very important task as well. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. And thanks to all the presenters. You were not being rushed, CEO. It's just that we all have to work within the constraints of time. I noticed that you took a lot of time on the background, and I think if you had time, all the various segments of your presentation, it was going to be very ideal and beneficial to all of us. But can we move now to Tia as the last presentation? And after that, as I said, we're going to take a break, and then when we come back, members will then engage with the presentations. Let me go to the chair of the board, who will then introduce the members, and then the CFO will take us through. Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chair. I hope I'm audible enough and I can be seen.
Yeah, we can hear and see you.
Thank you very much. All right. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and
now
the members.
Your video is off, but it's okay. Maybe it's because of the presentation. You can go ahead.
Yes. Thank you very much, Chair, and also to thank the members of the committee. We also like to thank the Deputy Minister, the DG, and the members of the Department of Science and Innovation. I do lead a team for this afternoon as the interim chairperson of the board, but we also have Ms. Sebenzile Matsebula, who is the chair of the HR and REMCO, Mr. Thabiso Ramasike, who is the chair of Audit and Risk. We have Mr. Kuobos Low, who is the board secretary. We have Ms. Fazlin Levi Hassan, who is the ICEO. We have Mr. Patrick Krapi, who is the executive manager for strategic engagements and also the acting GM for programs. And we have our CFO, Mr. Werner van der Merwe. For this afternoon, there will be three presenters. I'll briefly just give a quick overview and allow Mr. Krapi to deal with the details of the presentation. And then at the end, we'll have our CFO just engaging on the numbers just to wrap it up. And then at that point, we will hand over. I thought that I will spend just half a second quickly to appraise the committee on two critical issues of concern which were raised the previous time here. The one of the interim chairperson, the DSI, has addressed as I was following their presentation. The matter of the ICEO is receiving the greatest attention, and in the coming 3 weeks, the contract of the ICEO will expire, and at that point, the board will be appointing an internal senior manager to act in the interim. That process is still ongoing, but it will be concluding before the end of this month. Patrick, if you could just put the slides on screen.
You forgot to introduce yourself. You introduced the rest of the team.
I'm taking it for granted, Chair, but that was a mistake on my part. Butana Mboniswa, I'm the new interim chairperson of the TIA board.
Okay.
Right. Can we load up the presentation, Patrick? move to the second slide because there's just the formalities of the other matters. I'll quickly do this. Most of these have been presented during the DSI presentation, but for this slide, I thought just at a high level is just to re-emphasize the mission of TIA, which this board is aggressively pursuing around the facilitation of the translation of knowledge across the national system of innovation in order for us to create commercial opportunities. That mission was relevant when TIA was conceptualized. That mission remains relevant up to this very day. Next slide. Can you take it to the next slide? In this slide of the business case, I thought I would show it very briefly just as a reminder and not to deal with all the points, but the last point. The last point, which is similar to the mission of the organization, where TIA is a national public entity that serves as a key institutional intervention to bridge the innovation chasm. The objective of forming TIA many years back was precisely to do this, and it has not changed. As the board, we work towards achieving this particular agenda as when TIA was conceptualized. We have made great strides over the past few years. There are difficulties and challenges we must admit, but the mission and the agenda of TIA when it was conceptualized has not changed at all. Next slide. And the last slide on my end at this point was just to show the achievements of the organization over the 5-year period. Since today we will present the plan moving forward, but just to reflect on what the organization has achieved up to date, despite all the difficulties and challenges which may have come up. That of key importance on this slide, I'd like to refer you to the SMEs which have been supported. We've, over the period of 2015 to 2019, supported 10,530 SMEs. That was very significant, and that was very good because we had achieved some of the things we've set for ourselves. But given the COVID difficulties that we are currently engaging on, the jobs that the people are meeting, I think the job of TIA has even become more important and relevant. We would have to be highly innovative to assist those who will be out of job. Instead of people waiting for them to be employed, can organizations like ours work with other departments through the DSI to help people to create small companies in innovation and other areas? That is what we are prepared to do as an organization. We have shown that that can be done with all difficulties that go with that, but we will continue to do that moving forward. At this point, I would like Patrick to now engage directly with the business of today, Chairperson, and deal with the matters of strategy and the APP moving forward. Patrick?
Okay, thanks, Chair. Sorry that I had to shut my presentation because I needed to unmute my mic. I'm gonna load it again. What happens? Okay. Thanks, Chair. Thanks for your indulgence. I just had to switch screens to unmute. My name is Patrick. I've been introduced, Chair, and the presentation that we've sent in advance, the members will have already gone through. So there are a number of slides that members will notice that we had skipped because it's just basic background detail, and we moved on all the way to the job that we need to look at for today. So this slide shows a number of policy considerations that informed us as we were preparing our current strategy. We looked at the different documents, which is the MTSF, that took a bit of time to become public documents, so we planned quite a bit without that document. But what inspired us a lot is the white paper on science, technology, and innovation that the department had passed last year.
Sorry, Chairperson.
Honorable, let's see.
Yes, Chairperson. We can't see the presenter. If he doesn't mind, can you please put on his video? Thanks.
Oh, all right. Let me try. So I'm probably gonna exit the presentation a bit just to switch on the video. All right. It seems to say that I can't share my video once I'm sharing a screen.
No, it's okay. Let's pardon you for not showing your video. Just go on with the presentation and then. Well, I know it's possible to share your video. I know it's possible to share a video and a screen at the same time, but for the sake of progress, let's just proceed.
Yes, it's kind of blocked on my side. I don't know why.
Okay, let's just go on the presentation.
Yeah, so just briefly, Chair, really what these are the kind of main policy imperatives that around which we've constructed our strategy. You will see in orange font there that the department is still involved in the process of developing the decadal plan. And the decadal plan is essentially an implementation plan of the white paper that comes up. It's a 10-year horizon document, and we have to align ourselves with that. The department has also developed its strategic plan. We work together to try and align what we do with theirs. On the right-hand side, it's really around the two MSTF priorities that the DSI has elected to contribute to, and we aligned ourselves with those around economic transformation and job creation, education, skills, and health. So those are the two key things, but it does not preclude us contributing to the others that are relevant, but a great deal of our resources will be dedicated to the first two. And I won't spend time on the white paper. Members of the portfolio committee are au fait with the document that came already last year. And straight into what I call the strategic challenges and the strategic context within which we undertook our planning. First was the background, Chair, and I think a few bullets speak to this. One, our chairperson of the board has mentioned where TIA comes from and the challenges that we faced in the past. And it's a point worth making at this point to say, from the time of its establishment in 2009, TIA existed in an NSI that was quite weak, underdeveloped, and very nascent. So we had to do a lot of heavy lifting at the time to invest in as many technologies as we could, without preoccupying ourselves with how those get to market, but using other partnership approaches to hand over projects to other partners. But the NSI has changed now, more matured, more dynamic, and it's productive at the back end. So TIA had to make a choice in terms of where it could play a better role in this current context. So the second bullet speaks to the first one, really essentially to say it was characterized by low productivity levels. We were required to stimulate productivity through tech innovations. At the time, we aligned our efforts to the MTSF 2015-2020. When you look at how what we've done, and I think the chairperson has highlighted some of the impact that we've made in the past 5 years, these are aligned to that. When we established as an organization, and in many instances, even entrepreneurs tend to conceive of TIA only as a funder, but we play a much more wider strategic role in the NSI. We connect, we play a coordinating role, we play a connecting role besides just funding, and just make sure that there's overall momentum, I think, in the NSI as it evolves. Unfortunately, the work that we've done and the magnitude, I think, of the initiatives that we've taken, we probably at a certain point we're sinking under our weight. And stakeholder satisfaction became very low because there were a lot of inefficiencies that crept in. The one document that was important that informed our planning was the recommendation of the ministerial review that was undertaken in 2013. The then Minister Hanekom, when he was still the Minister of GST. And there were a number of recommendations that were highlighted for TIA to improve its positioning within the NSI and make sure it fulfills its mandate in a manner in which it was expected to. We've done a bit of that, but we have not been entirely successful in other areas. So our strategy continues to try and respond to those where we could not do good. The last bullet there, Chair, around the strategic context is the department has passed a bioeconomy strategy as early as 2013. And this strategy is to be implemented not only by TIA, but different partners and entities within the NSI. For our part as TIA, from an innovation perspective, what I think undermined our efforts, not I think, but what we determined undermined our efforts was more around how we were structured internally. And we are trying to fix that and make sure that there is a structure that enables us to implement the strategy in unison, but it nevertheless remains an important strategy. So we're giving priority to that. And the little orange block there, that translation made mandate was therefore not fully exploited because of the low rate of commercialization, and we lost strategic positioning in the NSI. And these are important, I think, elements of self-critique because they help us to accept on our own what is it that we didn't do right. So in terms of the strategic thrust, and this is where we'll be going into the future, I won't spend too much time on the blue block that says TIA 2015-2020. And the slide that I just spoke to speaks more to the external factors, but what we have in the current blue block is the internal factors of saying we're sectional, we were not strategic in how we made investments, we were not responsive, stakeholders complained about us, overall inefficiency in our processes, and ultimate low impact in the NSI, on a larger scale, if you look at what is it that we're trying to do. The last block at the bottom of the slide that basically also acknowledges that there are certain positive things that we have that stand us in good stead as we enter the new strategic cycle. We say solid foundation. We have a very powerful instrument called the Seed Fund. We've got technology stations that members are already aware of that we presented in Portfolio Committee a while ago, technology platforms, and the bioeconomy strategy. But in terms of our core pillars of the strategy, there are threefold. These are threefold. The first one is to focus on increasing the commercialization rate in the work that we do and make sure that the ultimate impact of the work that we do are technologies that have been commercialized in the market, that are creating companies and enterprises, and that are impacting people at socioeconomic level. The second one is effectively delivering on the bioeconomy strategy that I said we didn't do good in the past. And then the third one is around enhancing our support for SMMEs, using as a basis our technology stations, but we'll be using this in combination with other enterprise development support models. At the bottom there is just the enablers in terms of for us to be able to deliver on the strategy in terms of the three key pillars. Partnerships for funding are key, and commercialization. This is with industry. We need partnerships for human capacity development, because without skills, the NSI will struggle. Thought leadership, a role that we need to play just to inform the NSI in terms of what are the priorities that we should be focusing on. And internally inside the organization to say we need to fix our own house and make sure that there's effectiveness and efficiency in our processes. The next slide is about looking at the market segment of our own portfolio that we have invested, because it was important to reflect on, as we go forward, how have we invested our resources according to the different beneficiaries. And the department has always been adamant for a while to say they want to see us spend much more of our budget and devoting this to publicly funded research. And when we engaged with the department in the context of our consultations, as we were developing the strategy, the department told us to say, look, you have to look at the reasonable percentage. We don't want to impose too much, but our expectation is that we want to see somewhere in the region of 70 to 75%. And that's what you have as a strategic intent there. The pie chart on the left basically shows the current state, that just if you were to look at how we've spent in the past in publicly funded research between science councils and higher education institutions combined, we've devoted 57% on publicly funded research. And so that's the essence of the message in that slide. But then it shows that we are not too far off the mark. We will give, in doing this, special attention to previously disadvantaged individuals. This is part of our transformation plan, and the previously disadvantaged institutions. So the portfolio committee will know which institutions are those. The second area, the second point we are making is about the spend that we've made in the different sectors. And it shows that we spent quite significant amount in the bioeconomy, although it has been fragmented in the manner in which we spend. So hence the need to just make sure that there's proper kind of coordination of our efforts and directing our resources properly. There you will see the second biggest spend area is energy, and so on and so on. But what is important in this slide to highlight, Chair, is that one of the things that the shareholder, which is the DSI, has consistently said to TIA, and we're beginning to, not really beginning, but we really take this to heart, is that perhaps we shouldn't worry too much about a sector. Rather worry more about what are the priorities of government that TIA must be directing its resources to. And whatever sector it is, that's fine. But we want to hear you talking more about sectors, and really it was really just to reflect that. The last one, under just the high-level analysis, again, members will be keen on this, that the spread of our spend across the different provinces, I think like many other development institutions back in South Africa, it's still Gauteng, Western Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, and the other two, Mpumalanga and Northern Cape. It's not like it's completely 0-0, but it's a pie chart because, sorry, it's a graph, so it doesn't show, but the amount are really negligible. So going forward, we have to broaden our spatial footprint to these provinces, and that's the strategic intent, linking these to our initiatives to economic growth and development strategies. The president has implemented and put in place the district development model. Then we were very clear that we are going to align with that. We've already made certain, we've identified a number of initiatives where we think we can participate in line with the districts that have been selected, implementing the technology stations and so on. But increasing the physical presence of TIA through greater use of our technology stations and co-locating with other partners because of budgetary constraints. In terms of the work that needs to be done from a prioritization point of view, we spoke, Chair, about the role of the bioeconomy, enhancing the role of the bioeconomy. And one of the things that perhaps one should mention on the slide is that there are two sectors that are already immediate, as you will see, that the strategy remains, and I think it's correct that we are doing this. Already we are responding to current challenges, and when COVID-19 pandemic hit us, most of us questioned whether we should be revisiting our strategies and changing these to align them with the current challenges. But when we evaluated this, we found that our strategy is spot on and it remains relevant to the challenges of today. We'll have to make minor tweaks there and there. But already within our health portfolio and the initiatives that we're undertaking within the health, we are working with other partners like the Medical Research Council to develop different diagnostics, vaccines. We are already participating in the National Vaccine Project, and we are undertaking a number of other initiatives within the digital health space. In agriculture as well, there are a number of initiatives that we're already undertaking to respond to COVID-19, but it's an important sector from the perspective of the country beyond COVID-19. What happens when, how do we contribute to economic revival initiatives? And agriculture is going to be an important sector contributing to that, in addition to challenges of food security. One cannot speak on bioeconomy without emphasizing the role that TIA is going to be playing in driving indigenous knowledge systems. And we've identified specific areas where we want to make sure that these are integrated properly into the mainstream economy and into the mainstream innovation where we are able to have products in the market. And this is an area where we hold great potential for creating SMMEs from previously disadvantaged communities and other cooperatives and so on. So it's an interesting sector. Through our technology platforms, the line that crosses at the bottom there, there are a number of initiatives already that our platforms are undertaking to respond to COVID-19 already right away. Our CRISP platform in UKZN is playing a role, and the Center for Proteomic Genomics platform in Cape Town, they are playing a role in doing a lot of the analysis and producing some of the medications that are relevant to COVID-19. I won't go straight into the strategic intent slide. I think it repeats pretty much the intents that I've highlighted at the top. So I'll move on straight to the next slide, Chair. Increasing the access for SMMEs to science, technology, and engineering supports. We presented to the portfolio committee at length around the role of the technology stations, and perhaps just to say a little bit that the technology stations typically are what you would call technology transfer centers. These are physical facilities based at universities of technology where TIA invests in equipment that SMMEs can come and use to produce prototypes and products, and they offer a range of services. So any young entrepreneur with an idea is able to go into the technology stations and share with them what is it that he has in mind. They are able to sketch it out for him. They are able to then develop a prototype to show this is what you say you have in mind, and then ultimately help with product development. And they cover a range of sectors from agriculture to textiles and so on. But what is important to highlight now is to say there are many of the technology stations, and we have 18 of these throughout the country. They are aligned with the current sectoral master plans that are being developed, and we expect that we will be positioning many of these to contribute into implementation of the sectoral master plans. But the way we think about these technology stations, firstly, is to just make sure that we expand the footprint. It may well not be in the form of technology stations per se, because these are expensive facilities to set up, but we'll be looking at other models such as living labs, which are basically co-creation facilities, walk-in centers, working with TVET colleges and FETs. And the minister emphasized this point when we presented the strategy to him, to say this is where we really need to play. But more importantly, locating many of the new ones in the underserved communities. Those are the three pillars of our strategic plan, Chair. And coming to the actual outcomes and KPIs, I wasn't sure whether there was at a certain point I wanted to just go onto the level of the strat plan outcomes, which is at S2 as per DPME, or I should include the KPIs. But let me give it a shot first and see, because I want to just make sure that I save time. One of the first outcome, again, as we said, commercialization. And here I spoke a little bit about that, so I don't want to repeat myself. Point number one to make perhaps is to say, we coming out of a baseline of 77 technologies that we took to market in the last 5 years. Anybody who may not know the business of innovation and commercialization may think this is a very small number. But when we look at this relative to our portfolio, this is about, we are looking at about 15% kind of translation rate from the initial portfolio of about 500 projects that we invested in. The global average around commercialization is just around, if you make out of 10 technologies and you are able to commercialize at least 3, you are considered to be doing quite well. And you will be doing quite well in that sense if your ecosystem is strong, such as in the developed countries. South Africa is a medium kind of emerging economy. So those statistics, I think they kind of speak fairly accurately in terms of what the capability our NSI is about. So we planned to do only about 100 in 5 years, and this is outside of the bioeconomy, because the bioeconomy has got its own targets. And in doing that, we said we will focus specifically, and this cuts across all of our outcomes, designated groups. We will be giving special attention to women, to youth, to people with disabilities. In the strat plan, as you will have seen in the APP, we've got very specific numbers that we have attached to those, because also it is a requirement from the DPME. But what is important is to drive spatial transformation and make sure that a lot of our support is not concentrated around the previously, I think, advantaged communities, if you like, but we'll follow another model. So those are the 2 key points perhaps that I thought I could make under commercialization, Chair. But as I said earlier on, we chose commercialization specifically as our outcome number 1, basically to reflect TIA transitioning into higher gear. First gear having been in the last couple of years where we emphasized technology development, but right now we are saying we need to increase the rate of translation. The system that supports us is matured enough to produce enough innovations. We will support them, but we need to lead the commercialization agenda and working with other partners in the NSI. I won't go into the performance targets at APP level, Chair, but those are also in the presentation. In fact, for my presentation, I had hidden them, but when I saw other colleagues presenting their numbers in a level of detail, I thought I should also share this. To say, the indicators basically talks about how we define our commercialization activities. One thing to highlight around this is around output number 2, which is technology diffused for inclusive development. And this is quite key because it speaks to the type of technologies that we develop and that do not necessarily have to be taken up through commercial interests. But the technologies that an organization like TIA can simply support and have them deployed for social benefit by government. They don't have to be connected with any profit motive or so. So these are the kind of initiatives we're talking about today in that one. The second outcome, Chair, around bioeconomy, I spoke at length about this. Earlier on, I said we also have commercialization targets around bioeconomy. We're adding another 60, which means in 5 years' time, TIA should be looking at 160 technologies that it will commercialize. But we needed to put a specific focus on bioeconomy because we acknowledge that this is a sector that the department has identifying as having the greatest potential for growing South Africa's GDP, and it's important that we are a little ambitious around this. Then we've got the second one, which is a number of entrepreneurs, bio-based entrepreneurs and organizations that are able to access high-end support. It's a very difficult sector, so there's fewer companies, SMMEs that are participating in that, and the target of how many people we plan to reach speaks to that reality as well. Last one, so the APP performance, it just really breaks down the numbers in terms of what we need to do. But the one thing that we can maybe add is to say under output number 3. Output number 3 says new technology platforms established and supported. And we have in total 8 technology platforms that we have running. And now just to say, technology platforms are similar to technology stations, but they are more in the bioscience sector. So they're quite different, and they're not necessarily based in universities. We have 8 running right now, so we are planning to add 2 more, resources allowing going forward. And these, as I said, are playing a key role already in responding to the COVID-19 challenges. The last outcome is around the supporting SMMEs through the technology stations. And the chairperson, in presenting the high-level story, said we have a baseline of the last 5 years at 10,530 that we've supported, and we are aiming to target 15,750. At least, Chair, I think we should say, and as I said, when you look at COVID-19 and whether your strategy is relevant or not, this is an area where when we looked at this, it was okay when the world was still equal. But I think under COVID-19 and the challenges that the chairperson has highlighted around people being jobless and so on, it means that we should be looking at a higher number going forward. And these are the areas where we have to make a few tweaks. And again, the emphasis is around designated groups, around rural economy, that's where we need to, and around spatial transformation. And those principles continue to, I think, find expression in a number of our outcomes. Otherwise, it's an APP performance target, Chair. We're planning to establish and add more support centers going forward. This is at the level on an annual basis. It may look like the number is 1, but these are not cheap infrastructure outfits to put. So again, it depends on the budget that we receive and how we are able to leverage partnerships to be able to make these things happen. I will stop there, Chair, because I'm going to then ask the CFO to speak to the budget from his side.
Thank you, Honourable Chair of the Portfolio Committee and the Honourable Members. It is my privilege to present to you the budget, and you will note that we have included it for 5 years. That is in line with the strategic plan, but then the 3 first years will relate to the annual performance plan. Chair, at the top of our budget presentation, and I will also focus on 2021, you will see the administration cost, which consists of support and infrastructure, and the human resource or staff cost. Chair, that administration cost and the human resources cost you will see has been contained in 2020, 21 and the following year. And actually, if we would have included our forecast for 1920, you would also have noted that these amounts have been stable. So there's no increase, no inflationary increase. As a matter of fact, Chair, we have reduced the total administration cost from previous budgets with 50 million rand. And that 50 million rand was really for us to allocate more money into the investments and for the strategic plan that Patrick has just presented to you. So, Chair, you will then also note in terms of our categorization of these expenses that bioeconomy is by far the biggest item of our budget, with 206 million for 2021. And then the second item is technology stations. My apologies, Chair, that it says innovation infrastructure. We have changed the name and also in the strategic plan, and that is 96 million. Sector funding relates to commercialization, the other pillar of our strategic plan, and then the last one is our innovation enabling and inclusive development. That gives us a total expenditure of 620 million. That is funded through our allocation from the Department of Science and Innovation with 455 million. My colleague CFO at ASSAf alluded to a cut that we have been informed of, and that cut for us at TIA will relate to 46 million rand that we are working on a budget to present to our board. But be that as it may, for this budget purposes, the 455 million is our grant from the Parliament, from Treasury and the DSI. And then our second stream of income is additional income, which is 154 million. That relates mostly to specific contracts that we receive from the Department of Science and Innovation. And that we realize as for TIA, it is very important. Patrick also mentioned about partnerships in our strategic plan, that it's important for us to continue with partnership and receive money through partnerships to inform innovation in the country. And then lastly, interest and other income, that is 11 million rand. And we also derive a small portion of our income from successful investments, such as royalties and interest received from loans that we have provided previously, and that is contained into the interest portion. Chair, that really is a high-level summary of our finances for the next few years. I will then hand back to Patrick and our chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Werner. Just to conclude, Chairperson, what we have also raised at the level of the board, and it will come out as we move ahead, is how TIA elevate the good work that it does and communicate. Part of the problem is that there are a lot of initiatives that TIA is involved in. There's a lot of facilitation that TIA does, but perhaps part of the weakness has been how we communicate and take those good stories to the market. And that is a critical element for us at the level of the board and encouraging management. We must speak of the good work that is being done. Otherwise, these kind of initiatives do not get the highlight they deserve, and more often than not, perhaps the negativity comes quite strongly. But we would like to change that moving forward. In conclusion, that's all, Chair, and then I will hand back to you.
Okay, thank you very much to the interim chair of TIA and management for presenting that their strat plan, APP, and the budget. And that brings us to the end of the presentations by all the entities. It has been a marathon meeting. Almost 3 hours listening to the plans, the budgets of all the 4 entities of the Department of Science and Innovation. So, as I said, I think we will have to take a break for 15 minutes. It's going to be a body break. And then at 6:15, we can come back, or we can even do it 20 minutes break, so that by 6:20, I will then be taking the first question from the members. If members are comfortable with that proposal, can I just check an indication? Are we all fine?
I am fine, Chairperson.
Fine, Chairperson.
All right.
Fine.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's just take a break. It has been a long meeting, and then we will come back at 6:20. I will be taking the first question. Thank you very much. The meeting is adjourned.
Your mic isn't on. Can't hear you, your mic. Your sound again. Is your mic unmuted?
Yeah, my mic is unmuted, but it seems as though my problem is so I'll have to use my phone again.
Because it shows mute and it shows mute by me.
Okay, just put me off loudspeaker on your side.
Okay, you're on.
We can hear you, Mkachwa. Or shares mood. Shanaz, is my sound fine?
Yes, I hear you, and your video showed earlier on also.
Yeah, let's see if it's showing now. Am I visible there?
No,
Yes.
you're not visible now. There
No,
you.
it is. There it is.
Yeah, I see you now.
I look very dark, but it's okay.
Now I see you took off the red.
No, I told you I was going to change, Sana. Yeah, Shanaz. Ai ka mo ke furalletse like jaanong ke le ke mo ntshontshontso ba re ke mo channel. It's better now, no?
Yeah.
But I was too dark that side.
Choose a background that's white.
That's white.
Choose a background for you. Go to that 3 dots.
No, don't want the background. I'm fine.
You are still.
I want to see crooks running behind my yard.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's a disturbing
Yep. Yes.
Yes, Ishta. Shanaz, are you there?
I'm here acting on behalf of Shanaz.
I'm here.
Oh, you are back. Okay. Yes. I had appointed myself. I think Honorable Mukasho was testing a mic.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay,
Let me
so
see.
you guys can hear me on this device.
We can hear you. And are you going to be seen?
Let me see. Okay, and you can see me on this device.
Yeah, I can see you.
Okay, cool, perfect.
Okay. I think
Thank
maybe you
you.
must put your hand already on.
Okay, cool.
Okay. Are we ready to proceed? Shanaz, can you just take off that which is appearing on the screen? Can you hear me, Shanaz?
Yes, Chair, I hear you.
Just take it off there. All right. In the meantime, let me just get an indication of members who wants to engage. As always, indicate all right, Honorable Mkacha. Honorable Not Data. Who else wants to engage? So we only have 2 members.
Sibia.
Azoli.
Okay.
Mananiso as well.
Sibia.
Chairperson, we are using the icon there of raising a hand. I think you must also check that.
Just check there,
Right.
yeah.
Yes. The icon. Now we're moving on the icon.
Oh, okay. The last time I asked if you have got that icon, I got an indication that you don't have. Now I see you do have. So let me just follow that. So
Sorry, Chair. Not all of us have that icon, Chair. So you must balance the scales there.
okay, no, it's fine. I've got you, Honorable Notad. All right. So I've got Honorable Mukachwa, Notata, Sibia, Pozoli, Mananiso, Litsie. Am I missing anybody out? Okay.
You are missing me, Chair.
You'll be the last. All right. So in that order, we will start with Honorable Mukachwa. We will not put time restriction because we have got enough time, but please let's just be mindful that we don't sit here the whole night. But otherwise, I know members will be straight to the point. Can we start with you, Honorable Mukachwa?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I must indicate that one is still struggling with having their sound, or from my side, well, from your side, I haven't muted my laptop on my side, but the meeting is unable to hear me on the other side. So I just want to indicate that one is still having that challenge. And these are gadgets from Parliament that we have been given to implement our work. So we would be assuming that they should still be functional less than a year into our term of office.
Okay.
So Chair, I'd like to register that.
Can you? Yes, I heard you. Excuse me. Can you switch on your video?
Oh, did it go off, Chair? Can you see me on your side?
No, we can't see you.
Oh, I can see her, Chair.
Okay, let's ask Shanaz, please take off what is appearing on the screen. Don't share anything with us. Shanaz? Shanaz, are you there? Okay, Shanaz is sharing her screen with us, and it's
Hi, sir. Hi, this is Sharon from IT. Shanaz just left the meeting. She's going to join in again. I think there's a problem with her computer.
so who's sharing the screen with us?
It's Shanaz that's sharing the screen. I'm Sharon from IT.
Yeah, now Shanaz is now disrupting our meeting now. She just left and she's sharing something with us.
She's going to come back again.
Oh. Okay, Honorable Mkacha, proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I was just, I guess, an opening, reaffirming the challenges that we're having with this form of communication, and I think that there has been an effort by chairs to raise the fact that we're not also pleased with the manner in which MS Teams is operating. I don't know. That is, I think, the ANC view. I don't know how other members from other parties may feel about the efficiency and effectiveness of MS Teams. So I just want to register that, Chair, before one begins. But as I go into perhaps more comments and a few questions or clarities with regards to the presentations made by the entities, Chair, I think I'd like to appreciate the elaborations made by Sansa on the kind of work that they do, and I think it's very important that sort of breakdown of the role that entities play needs to be spread across the country for various members of society to understand. And so I just wanted to begin by appreciating the manner in which we've been made to understand the role of Sansa. Chair, I'd like to understand from Sansa again, what is their legacy plan in terms of them increasing the employment of those trained by Sansa? In South Africa, we have a great challenge in many sectors where there is no continuation from one generation to the next, and then there becomes a gap between those, the older guard, I guess, and those who are coming into the sector. So, what is their plan to increase the employment of those trained by Sansa in order to ensure continuation within that particular entity? Chair, I don't have an understanding of representation in the space sector of South Africa. Shana.
Sorry, Honorable Mkacha, we can't hear you any longer. Your mic is muted. Can you just unmute yourself?
I think Shanaz was trying to enter the meeting or something happened. I don't know what happened there. So I'd like to also understand in terms of representation. I was asking with regards to representation in the space sector of South Africa, how it looks like, what it looks like, and if Sansa is able to provide those sort of statistics. And then they mentioned how they'd like to prioritize increased international collaborations. They mentioned how they'd like to do that within the continent and outside of the continent. And Chair, I'd like to emphasize the importance for us to prioritize collaborations within the continent, and to ensure that at all times South Africans are the interests of South Africans are put first in the collaborations that we have internationally. Chair, with ASSAf, I'm a bit concerned with the manner in which representation has been presented, in terms of on how it's been so binarily presented in terms of black and white. Chair, I think over time we've made it very clear as a portfolio committee that when we speak about representation and we speak about intersectionality, we don't speak about it in the binary form of black and white, but in its full representation of the demographics of South Africa, race, age, and gender, of course. So to just say black or black or white or female, to get those sort of demographics, female or male, is quite limited, because what does black necessarily include? Does that include the colored community, the Indian community? What does that necessarily represent? So I have great concern on the manner in which demographics have been, or representation has been presented today, Chair. In terms of the transformation plan, where it speaks to the South African Young Academy of Science, what is the representation of young people age 35 and below within the membership of ASSAf, and what is the representation in the leadership of the entity? Chair, those are the questions that I have. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Mkatra. We're still waiting for Shanaz. I'm trying to call her. She's still missing in action, and the screen is sort of disrupting our meeting now. But but hopefully she will come back. Whoever is able to get hold of Shanaz, please tell her to come back and remove the screen here that she is sharing with us. Okay, Honorable Nodada, can you come in?
Good evening, Chair. I don't know if you can hear me, but good evening to everybody. Chair, I think just as a comment and just a by the way, we are currently facing a lot of fiscal challenges, and I think the Department of Science and Innovation has done a lot of work in its entities to try and do the most with the little budget that they have. And I think there's a lot more that we could have done in past years to increase the amount of money that they do get for them to do such projects that they've presented to us today. And I think we can all acknowledge that with COVID-19 and beyond this particular period, it's going to be a massive challenge for all entities in terms of getting the necessary budget required for the projects and the work that they do. So I just want to ask a cross-cutting question to all the entities as to what level of funding would fully support the work that they do. This goes to ASSAf, Sansa, TIA, and NRF. Then I'm going to go specifically to ASSAf with reference to page 14 of the APP. What specific initiatives under the member engagement strategy are being considered, and would making participation in ASSAf activities mandatory basically ensure the continued membership that people have in ASSAf? That's the first question I have. And then secondly, it indicates in page 18 that ASSAf will diversify its financial sources and develop a strong fundraising campaign. What alternative funding sources are being considered, having mentioned the fact that we're under quite a few fiscal constraints? Thirdly, Chair, one of ASSAf's identified weaknesses is the failure to ensure take-up of recommendations which emanate from the studies. Are there specific actions being taken to remedy this, and if you can maybe indicate what those are? And then lastly, to ASSAf, how can ASSAf assist in increasing the number of emerging researchers or lecturers that are actively publishing, but particularly in historically disadvantaged institutions, if they can indicate that? Then the last bit of my questions, Chair, will go to Sansa. Even though Honorable Mkatra covered quite a few of them, I just have quite specific ones. The specific question I have is, what initiatives will be pursued to address some of Sansa's human capacity challenges as indicated in the APP? And I just wanted to check, in terms of Sansa, do they have an infrastructure revitalization plan in place, and has that been fully costed in your current budget? And then One of Sansa's objectives is the new Space Weather Center to be completed in 2022-2023. Is this a completely new development, or is it an upgrade of the existing center? And then the last question, Chair, is with specific reference to the need for the structural reform with regards to geodesy to enhance the work of Space Operations Program. Is this being considered? What are the possible implications of it? So those are just my questions, Chair, to those particular two entities, and I think some of my colleagues will cover the other two entities that I didn't ask questions to. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Nodada. Mamsbia, over to you.
Thanks, Chairperson. Do you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear, Mamsbia.
Okay, thanks, Chairperson. Thanks for the presentation. On tier, slide number 19, geographical spread, tier investment per province. Out of 9 provinces, does it mean, because I didn't hear it clearly, what is going on with Northern Cape and Mpumalanga? If I can get a clarity on that. Slide number 21. There are 8 bioeconomy strategic intents. Does it talk to all provinces? Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Mamsbia. Honorable Bozzoli.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to ask some questions to the NRF. First of all, what is the cost of increasing student grants to the full cost going to be? And can the NRF afford that when it's not only struggling financially, but it's going to have its budget cut by another 20%? It seems to me that this is possibly not going to happen, and we need to know the situation. Then on social sciences research infrastructure, could you perhaps give us an example of what you have in mind as a social scientist? I'd like to know what is meant by social science infrastructure, other than maybe computing capacity. I can't really get my head around that. Then I'd like to know whether there's been any DST response to one of the complaints the NRF has had for years, which is that 75% of its budget is fixed by the department and cannot be changed by the NRF. So the NRF lacks strategic control over its own budget. Now, the most worrying thing about the whole presentation was the bit at the end when you said that your budget might be cut by 21 to 22%. Firstly, that sounds higher than the cuts mentioned by the other institutions. Secondly, is the cut commensurate with what other departments are going to experience? Because I know that there's a history of DST or DSI now, as it now is, being cut more than other departments. And then I was disappointed to see that your idea of distributing that cut is to take it virtually all from established scientists who are the backbone of our science enterprise. So I found it generally a very worrying presentation. And I think, at this moment with the COVID epidemic, we are seeing science resurgent. We're seeing science gaining in authority over the society. And yet at the same time, we're seeing it being cut to shreds almost, if the 21% is anything to go by the government. The very government that is at the moment depending on science, or so it claims anyway, for how it's handling the epidemic. I then want to turn to TIA, which seems to be an institution in trouble from what one can see. It's had many years to get going on its mission, but it doesn't seem to have done that. It too will now face a cut, but that looks more like 10% than 20%. So that's interesting, a little inequality there of cuts within the department. It seems to have problems with financial sustainability. And it seems to have not really done what it's meant to do, which is have technologies that it invents or that it funds taken up in the market. And saying, well, you know, you're now going to depend on government to take them up, really misses the point of innovation technology, which is to stimulate the GDP through stimulating growth. And so I feel like the whole organization is somewhat missing the point. You say that you're going to try better, but your targets still seem low to me. You do say that the percentage of successful things is very low in this field, and I take that point. But nevertheless, your targets do seem low, and in some ways your whole presentation is a little vague. You use words like improve, increase, expand, and there's not so much of improve to what level, increase to what level, and expand to what level. I don't see those figures in the actual targets set out. So I find TIA a very worrying organization. Just briefly, given that my colleague did comment on Sansa and ASSAf, Sansa, I just so enjoyed your presentation. It was so filled with the passion that a true scientist can bring. And I just wanted to congratulate you on that and on your enthusiasm for what you do. It comes through in your annual report as well, which I looked at today. And ASSAf as well. An organization just full of ideas, full of activity, and I thought you did a great job there, even though we didn't see the whole presentation. We have read it, and I think you're going great guns. So the two of those I had absolutely no problem with. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Pozoli. Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me welcome all the presentation. However, one would want to speak on the issue of ASSAf, to say that I'm worried that they emphasize on policy for science and science for policy and science for society. However, on page 11 on their presentation, everything that they were highlighting there as weaknesses, it shows that they have a lot of work to do in terms of human capital, system and structures and resources. The other part is on the issue of all these entities. Perhaps they need to focus on gender responsive plans and budgeting. As Ulo has highlighted, that we seem not to see whatever that we always emphasize on issues of gender parity, gender equality and gender equity. So they need to try to improve in terms of their strategic plans and APPs with regard to gender responsive plans and budgeting. Again, one would want to speak on the issue of advocacy in all these entities. I believe now where we are, science and innovation and as well issues of space, they are everybody's agenda. So we would want to see them touching the ground in our rural areas, ensuring that they advocate on issues of science and innovation. And the other thing is with regards to how they do their things. It's as if it's only for those who are on the certain level of class that can be able to acquire everything that they are doing in their department. So I want to check what is their acquisition of database, all these particular entities. And on TIA, I'm very disappointed. Your presentation is very problematic, and I hope that the person who was presenting, it is indeed that they are saying that they want to fix their house. So I want to check, when are they able to do all these things that they have identified as
as challenges. So perhaps, Chairperson, they need to give us time frames in terms of how are they going to ensure that they prioritize 1, 2, 3 and do it, so that we see TIA as fully functioning as according to their mandate. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mananiso. Can we have Honorable Letsie?
Yes, Chairperson. Am I audible?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let's welcome the presentations, as many as they were, and congratulate all the presenters for really keeping us abreast, going deep into some of the issues. Let me start with the National Research Fund, NRF. Just wanted to check with them if they do have any collaboration with the National Institute of Humanities and Social Sciences in terms of developing human capital, and if so, what kind of collaborations do they have? The second one to them is in supporting the research infrastructure for humanities and social sciences. Are they working that program of theirs? Are they doing it with the National Institute of Humanities and Social Sciences? Also to NRF, just wanted to find out, Chair, if they do have funding for in their research funding. Are they currently funding our students in the diaspora? And if so, why? And what is the percentage of those from the diaspora that they are funding? And then on the 14th of May this year, the minister reported to this committee, Chair, that only 5 of the 26 universities have ventured into a program called artificial intelligence. And out of those 5, none were from our HDIs, historically disadvantaged institutions. What support is NRF providing to these HDIs to develop and expand artificial intelligence? And how are the asylum seeker students treated in terms of postgraduate funding? And then secondly, do they even qualify for the COVID-19 relief? On ASSAf and Sansa, I think we must agree that their PR exercise have not been good, because many people don't know about these institutions or these agencies. We only know about them because they report to us, but outside of ourselves, it means they're not really doing much on TIA. Chair, I'm sure we're meeting TIA now for the 3rd time, if not the 4th time, because the first time they came to Parliament, I think we asked them to leave. So it might be the 4th time. When they were doing introductions, I think we did not get an explanation as to what happened to the previous lady who was acting CEO, who we had asked questions about the last time we met with them. If maybe the new acting chairperson or the chairperson of the board might not be aware, we had asked them quite a number of questions, including the issues that were surrounding the acting CEO of the time, that she had applied for a tender at the institution, and upon not getting the tender, the board then appointed her to be an acting CEO. And to all the agencies, I know Chair was supposed to have a discussion with the Auditor General and we could not. But can all the agencies also respond to their Auditor General status, audit outcome status? What is their status currently? And what has been their status in the past maybe 3 financial years? Has it been clean audit? Do they have problems with the audit, and if so, what are the issues? I hear they're talking about, many of them are talking about reconstructing their budget, but maybe I may have missed the part where they were talking about them attaining this kind of an audit. So we want to know what kind of an audit opinion did the Auditor General give all of them? What were the issues raised? And how do they plan on eradicating those challenges? Thank you very much. I think, Chair, the screen is really disturbing because it keeps doing its things here. Unless one must ask questions, closing his eyes. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. We don't know why the screen keeps on moving around, and yeah, that one we can't really answer for it. But hopefully, as we move forward with the Microsoft Teams, things will get better, because currently we are really struggling with this platform. Okay, can we move then to Honorable Kietzi? Is going to be the last member to engage with the presentations.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let's see. Yeah, I think let me also join everyone to welcome the reports that we were given. But in particular, allow me to take this moment, Chair, to register our dissatisfaction with the platform we're currently using to hold the officials to account. And well, we have observed, I think, given the caucus of my own organization, have tried to communicate with the Speaker of Parliament to express how ineffective this process is. Right? It's not only the Microsoft Teams that is problematic, or Zoom or whatever, but the problem remains a platform. Right now, it's only me who appears on the screen. It's only me. I'm looking at myself. I'm not sure if others are doing other things and just leaving their gadget there, and I speak alone like a fool. Right? So these kind of things, they need to be interrogated. I think I needed to start there, because when I was listening to the various introductions from different entities, right, there was a introduction of their own people. This is how many we are. This is how many we are. But when I checked the number of people who have logged in, it is not a true reflection of what we were being given in terms of counting each of the names that got introduced. Fine, we are going to leave it there. Maybe it is a discussion of another day. The NRF, the National Research Foundation, I think we are all agreeing, perhaps, that we are quite disappointed by how their report came about. One, precisely because they get allocated a significant portion of the medium-term expenditure framework, right? So they will get a huge chunk, and you would expect these entities to be the one that excel and do much more clean job as compared to other entities like your Sansa that get much more smaller amounts in as far as the budget is concerned. But also let me highlight the danger and the mistake that many entities continue to make. Every time you come to the committee, we of course going to interrogate the reports respectively and highlight some of the issues that we think you need to go and improve. But it does not necessarily mean you must go and take whatever we're telling you and make it a holistical report. Because I'm looking at the NRF's report, it actually responds to the initial questions we had on them, like your transformation agenda, the geographics, the demographics, how the female representation, like your presentation now is clouded by the demographics instead of the real content, because this platform might be watched by someone sitting at home and might not even be privy to have the actual document that you send us where everything is quite eloquently explained, but they are listening to what you are saying and they will be like, no, but these comrades are not serious, and why must we continue to give these people money of the state? But I think I've made my point clear on that one, and I'm going to also speak to all the entities. I mean, this goes beyond just the NRF, it goes to everyone. The effectiveness of the publications. I mean, we are publishing every year. There have been publications back in the days. I mean, even during apartheid, PhD students used to do publications. So my argument, or perhaps our argument, is what is the significance or the efficacy of these journals that we continue to publish? And I think this question, we have raised it before in one of the colloquiums we had in Parliament, to say, why do we continue to even pride ourselves that we have published so many journals, but in reality those journals end up in the dustbins and so forth and so forth. I mean, if you look at how you are presenting your performance plan, you are saying that there are so many articles you have released and you have given perspective. I mean, something that can even be done by unfunded scientists, aspirant scientists. They can go and give a view, they can put their view across, than you coming and wanting to pride yourself on what you have done. I mean, really, it is quite embarrassing considering the fact that you get a lot of money from the DSI. Now, I hear, some opportunistic elements when someone says, no, we're in partnership with roads and vets. And when you interrogate and look much more deeper, the only intervention they have made is perhaps to buy a 5 liter of ethanol and to produce sanitizer, just to sponsor them with a 5 liter of ethanol. And then we must get excited and say, these comrades are working and NRF is providing leadership. We can't. I mean, that is very low to expect from a supposedly much more sophisticated entity like yours. Let me quite touch on the Sansa, and maybe to agree with the latter speakers when they said the presentation was quite extensive and much more understandable, right? And I do agree with that sentiment. And just to have one question or to the CEO or whoever who will be willing to answer. I mean, this data cube analytics. I mean, we want to check how far back it can go in terms of capturing the geographic images that you would want. I mean, how far back in terms of years it can go, so that we deal with some of the hanging questions that we need to deal with. And then the ASSAf, Prof, I think you have registered your view. I think earlier on, after a month back or a few weeks back, you said your view. I don't know if it was the ASSAf's view or your personal view as the president, to say it will be very risky to allow children to go back to school. And as we know, I mean, during duration of our meeting, the Minister of Basic Education was actually supposed to address the nation in terms of the plans of going back to school. The question to you is, have they perhaps engaged you with the knowledge that you have? I mean, you are leading an entity that for us is very important and should not be taken for granted. If they have any issue to put across, they should be allowed to do so. So we want to check if there was an extensive consultation with you or your entity with regard to the view that you have registered or put across earlier on with regard to cancelling the entire 2020 academic year to make sure that we save lives of our people. And then lastly, Tia. Well, I think when one takes a moment and looks at some of the progressive economics across the world, one takes a moment and looks at China. China is what it is, precisely because of their way of doing innovation, their innovative way of developing their economy. They are very strategic, and if you watch closely, in the next 20 years, they'll be leading, not even 10 or less, they'll be leading the world in terms of innovation. We want to check, the work that Tia is doing, not only in terms of innovation, but also in terms of awareness, because when you look at the society, especially in South Africa, there's this nostra that is happening amongst the aspirant business people or entrepreneurs or the small businesses. Everyone is interested into the model of making money quickly. Your tenders, you want to go quickly into tenders and get a massive lucrative tender so that you can make quick money. But we think, or this is our view, or this should be the responsibility of TIA, to emphasize the importance of innovation. Imagine if we can prioritize the businesses that should primarily deal with innovation, manufacturing and industrialization. The economy could be far. This entity on its own, it can act a very important role in developing South Africa's economy through innovation. I think it is very much misplaced, this concept of innovation. And when you look at your report, it speaks only about these things that we ask about. How many females, how many males? Those are simple things. We want you to get much more deeper into stuff. We want to know what you are dealing with. The entire country watches these kind of things, and you can't come with a very low model of addressing us. I think let us look into that, and Tia, give us your plans on how we can, make this thing popular of innovation. People must start having interest. Even when someone starts thinking of business, you must start thinking of innovation than any other thing else that might compromise your activism, especially in governance. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I can see you already want to take over, but thanks. Thank you very much for the time.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Honorable Kietse. I was just trying to indicate that wrap up. So yeah, those are the questions. I don't have much from my side. I think most of the questions I wanted to ask have been raised by members, except just 2 or 3 ones, which I'll quickly run through them. The NRF, I didn't quite get, I wanted to get the breakdown on the budget, but I was not able to get that. I think you did summarize. You gave them as a summary of a summarized budget. I wanted to find out because there is an allocation that you receive from Parliament, and then there is some contracted income, as you say, that comes from the DSI. I wanted to understand the nature of that contracted income, because if it comes from the DSI itself gets appropriated money from Parliament, so it comes from the same source. So maybe I did not get that one very clear. If you can just help me with that one. Sansa, I was quite impressed about the presentation of Sansa. And I agree, there's a lot of passion there. You seem to be doing a very good job. And I think for an entity that is coming to us for the first time, you really made a good impression on us in terms of what you do and excuse me, and how you comprehend the kind of tasks that you are executing. But there's just one area which I wanted to get some clarity on space, weather, aviation, that would like to play in that space. I am aware that the South African Weather Service does provide weather information to the airlines. Now, I just want to find out what you are doing. Is it going to be in competition with that, which has been done by the Weather Service, or is it going to be something else different? TIA, the Technology Innovation Agency. Yeah, Honorable Tia did say that we are meeting you, I think, for the 4th time now. And now that you are presenting your plan, your APPs, and the budget. The last time we did engage with TIA when you came to present your annual report. You would remember that at that moment we did not even engage with yourself. We had to return you back, as Honorable Litsi was saying, for a variety of reasons. The annual report was not correct. It did not capture the true state of affairs at the organization. At that point, the interim chairperson was not there because he could not catch a flight from Australia. And then there was an issue about the acting CEO. So our engagement with TIA has not been very smooth ever since we started the interaction. And as a result of that, we're unable to even get deeper into the issues and the good work that the organization is doing or is supposed to be doing. We're still engaging at the level of crisis management. Even today, the interim CEOs were informed that the contract is coming to an end in the next 3 weeks, which presupposes that she is still an employee of the organization. But when you introduce your delegation, you did not mention her name, so meaning that she is not part of this meeting, and yet she is still driving this organization, and she could not even come and account about the activities of the organization, and there is no explanation as to where she is as we speak. Now, that does not speak well of this organization. When we met in March, we did say that please fix that situation. I'm happy that we have fixed the situation of an interim chairperson who had to fly every time from Australia to attend the meetings. That one has been sorted out. But the issue of the CEO has not been sorted out. And even if you check your APP, there is still a lot of acting positions. I think, if I'm not mistaken, there's about 3 or 4 general managers position, which are still vacant. There are individuals acting in those positions. And that's the point, precisely the point, that you are not able to fill up the key position in the organization, that being the CEO. Despite the fact that we did say to you in March when you came to Parliament that fix this, appoint the CEO so that you can be able to fill the rest of the acting position, because it seems like it's just Hollywood in there. So I don't want to get a sense that you think that we are just going to ventilate and you listen to us and you go and do something else, because it can be very frustrating when we are going to engage with an entity of the state that does not want to listen to Parliament. And I must tell you that I'm taking very strong exception of that, of the board not being able to follow up the directives that were given to the entity. So if you can please speak to that. But the rest of the other points, I think members have raised it, and we must really appreciate all the presentation. Maybe lastly, just to the president of ASSAf. I've seen the statement that you are referring to. I would like you to please elaborate more on the statement. What is the intention of putting a statement like that, of engaging and calling for involvement of some more scientists? Are there no platforms where we can engage much more productively with government and put your views across as representing a key stakeholder in the scientific community, other than just to put out a statement? But yeah, thank you very much for that. So we are going to start with NRF to get responses, and just like that from NRF, Sansa, there's now many questions for Sansa, and then up to Tia.
Honorable Chair and members of the Portfolio Committee, thank you very much for the engagement and for the questions which have been posed to the NRF. Perhaps from my side, I'll start with the question. I think it was from Honorable Nodada as well as Bazoli, as well as the chairperson, especially on the what level of funding do you want to see as NRF in order to fully execute our mandate. Perhaps to indicate, as it was illustrated by the CEO in the presentation, that currently, as the board, we can only control 25% of the allocations and annually, and the 75% is through the Department of Science and Innovation contracts and other income that we receive through partnerships locally and internationally. So that has been a challenge over the years, and with the executive management, there is now a new model to resource the new mandate of the NRF, which the board has extensively discussed as presented by the executive management, and we have approved that, and engagements with the DSI started, and that has been for quite some time now. And we are looking forward to seeing that that model will be then executed, which really looks at reversing the ratios, the 75% being under the NRF control, so that we can fully execute and have those high numbers that as the portfolio committee want to see in terms of funding the students, funding the researchers, and in ensuring that we contribute to the transformation of the knowledge enterprise. And having said that, which means that then the 25% will be under the Department of Science and Innovation in terms of some of the priority programs that they want to see. But overall, that is the mandate, the new model that we will have approved as a board. And I think then on the knowledge as well as the publications which were alluded to by Honorable Kietsi, that we have so many publications and we proud ourselves in terms of contribute to the knowledge portfolio or economy, because as a country, I think all other countries as well, they're looking at how we can really enhance our economy through knowledge. Knowledge now is a new currency, and I think through these publications, they're the baseline which we can use to translate and ensure that then we can have, innovative products and services at the end of the day. So as you look at our new mandate now as an NRF, is that we want to advance research for economic development. So we have to start with the basic knowledge and look at some of those knowledge as to what is it that can then be translated into innovative products and as well as services that will be of benefit to the society, our economy. Also, when you look at issues of environmental, a change that we have seen all these years, that is devastating right from, agriculture to the economy. So that is what I wanted to maybe share in terms of, the publications. That it starts with that is a mission-driven research, and also, looking at the interest that our researchers are coming up with to build, that platform of the knowledge enterprise. And then secondly, moving forward then to the other questions, I request perhaps on the issue of the social science infrastructure platform and the relationship that we have as NRF with the National Institute for Social Sciences and Humanities, that Professor Dr. Ngomani and Dr. Matutu will take us through that. And then on the issue of the budget, we'll request our CFO, Mr. Bishan Singh, to really, expand on that as to how we've come up with that 21% and what will be the implication, in terms of executing our annual performance plan. And then also on the principles, Dr. Pillay will then look at that as well in terms of the choices, as Honorable Bazoli has indicated that it looks like some of the major cuts will be on the established researchers, so that it is clear to the honorable members how we've derived to those principles. And then, of course, the CEO will then look at the new funding for postgraduate students, and of course, the other issues that deals with historically disadvantaged institutions, as well as the asylum seekers. What are the funding mechanisms, if any, or the students from the diaspora. So perhaps let me take now request Dr. Momani and Dr. Matutu to take us through the first question and respond to that, and then in the order that I have listed, and then I'll close. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Who's next? The CEO? You can go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. This is Clifford Ngomani, and I'm responsible for National Research Infrastructure Platforms at the NRF. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
All right. So with regard to the issue of research infrastructure platforms for the social sciences and humanities, we are looking at complementing the currently existing natural sciences and engineering and technology-based research infrastructures with looking at what constitutes research infrastructures and platforms for the social sciences and humanities. And there are already, examples of that within the support that's provided in terms of the South African Research Infrastructure Roadmap, or SARIR as we call it. As an example of that, we have the South African Population Research Infrastructure Network, which is a collection of health and demographic surveillance sites, which constitute long-term data sets, and they are embedded in communities and have this necessary strategic links with the knowledge generation capacity of the country. And that we recognize already as an existing form of research infrastructure in the social sciences and humanities. Another one is the SADILA, which is the South African Center for Digital Language Resources, and looking at how you can scale that up to a national level so that it provides what is known as a common language resources information and technology network, like they have in Europe, which will be focusing obviously in a South African context. Those are just two particular examples of existing primary research infrastructure, and we're looking at conceptualizing new ones, such as, for example, the issue of establishing a research observatory on poverty in this country, which is a major issue. On the matter of collaboration with the NIH, the National Institute for Humanities and Social Sciences, we've been in constant conversation with them around how we constitute and define, research infrastructure for the social sciences and humanities. So that conversation is ongoing, and we're working with them in that regard. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Who's next?
It's Petiwe Matutu. I'm not sure if that's clear or not.
Yeah, we can see you. Go
For
ahead.
me, it was just to add on the partnership with the National Institute for Humanities and Social Sciences. As the NRF, we do support the humanities and social sciences to about 20% of our full budget, which is going for grants and postgraduate students overall. But the majority of those funds are at the established researcher level. So, and that is a huge amount of money broadly. So in terms of research, in terms of postgraduate funding, we are the major funder nationally for the postgraduate students. The CEO of the National Institute for Humanities and Social Sciences is part of our board. So she's aware of what is happening and what we're driving as an institution. And so whenever there's anything that is required from their side, she just lets us know. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. CEO of NRF.
Chairperson, it's
the CFO.
It's the CFO.
Okay.
May I proceed, Chair?
Yeah.
Thank you. Chairperson, I'll pick up on some of the questions relating to budgets and also the question posed by yourself around the clarification regarding the nature of the contract income. Chair, certainly, and I'll pick up the questions by Honorable Bozzoli, and there was questions about what would the entity like the NRF think that the budget should be, at what level, in order to ensure that it fully supports the work and its mandate. And I'm going to take a chance on that one. Chairperson, and then the last question I'll deal with is the Auditor General status. Firstly, Chair, the difference between the parliamentary grant and the contract income. The parliamentary grant is money that the NRF uses to support its fundamental operations in terms of the organization at a corporate level, as well as national facility and the normal shared services functions. The contract income, as we indicated, and several speakers mentioned this, in terms of the 75% of the funding, it is largely money appropriated to the Department of Science and Technology, which then flows through to the NRF through contracts. These are funding that is largely from Program 4 of the Department of Science and Innovation, and hence, Chairperson, you are absolutely correct when you say what will the implication be on the performance of the DSI, because the NRF is the arm that is the delivery at the delivery forefront. Certainly, the KPIs and indicators will affect the department's performance and outcome at the end of the day, because that money is transferred through the department to the NRF. Leaning on to a similar type of question from Honorable Bozzoli, Chair, the issue of this 21% on average cut to the NRF. We were informed about just over a week ago that there was a government-wide request and this was through the CFO of the Department of Science and Innovation, in that there was a government-wide directive from National Treasury for a 20% cut on the budgets of government departments. So we were not approached by National Treasury directly. We were informed by the DSI. In so doing, the DSI CFO convened a CFO forum, whereupon we were passed on or alerted to figures that would potentially, and at this stage it's still a potential figure, but likely that we need to plan for it because of the constraints on the economy and the commitments towards COVID-19 by the government. That 21% of the NRF is broken down, Chair, by 10% against our parliamentary grant, and you've seen that on, I think it's one of our slides, 29 or slide 30. That's a portion that affects us directly as the NRF in terms of our operations. In one of the subsequent slides, the CEO mentioned that we would be looking at cost savings in terms of our operations and freezing of positions or placing a moratorium on vacancies in the organization. That's the aspect that this funding covers and will be impacted on. Now, the 20% of the funding, as I responded earlier, Chair, is money flowing from the DSI, largely from Program 4 to the NRF, and hence it affects a number of contracts and activities that we have with the department, and certainly will affect then the mandate of the NRF. I'm hearing my feedback, but I'm continue, Chair. And these are monies largely that flows through to the NRF to the higher education institutions, one. Two, in terms of the SKA project, in terms of infrastructure. And thirdly, towards science engagement. Hence, there will have to be some pass on of the impact of that budget from the NRF to the higher education institutions. And Professor Bazzoli, Honorable Bazzoli, is correct in saying that it will affect established scientists, which is why on the slide, in the summary slide, the CEO mentioned we will try to protect at most those areas of students and some of the other areas that he mentioned in there. But principally, how do we intend to absorb that in a sense of operations in the NRF? We have certain grants that we have not made awards yet, and we'll likely have to postpone that or move to outer years. And which is why we're saying we will have to honor those grants for the students, because we've already made those awards. Students are already studying and have fees that have to be paid. Chair, that was regard to the questions from Honorable Bazzoli. The third question is regarding the audit status of the NRF. Chairperson, we had in the last 3 years achieved unqualified audits. It is not the pinnacle of what we would like to achieve. Unfortunately, in all 3 years, we had technicality issues with regard to irregular expenditure, with no loss of money, but compliance issues in terms of SPD forms. And then in one of the years, we had a matter pertaining to performance information. So having felt the heat of just almost missing the Clean Audit Award in those 3 years, we've put in an extraordinary amount of effort in the last year, although we have been trying in the previous years. And I can report as of today, and if the AD may pick up something different, we do not have any irregular expenditure for the current year. The year is closed. Our books are closed. Insofar as performance information, we believe we've done our utmost, and it will be for the AG to pick up any areas that we have not adequately addressed. The last question, Chair, was around what would the adequate level of funding be to support the mandate of the NRF. I would be so brave as to stick out my neck and say that the current budget of the NRF is in the region of 4 to 4.5 billion rand. In order to do our work properly, we would at least require doubling of that budget. Why I say that, Chair? There's three areas that come to mind very quickly. One, student support. We currently spend about R1 billion for student support. We think that should be in the region of about R2 billion because we only fund a third of the cohort of students that apply to the NRF. Secondly, in terms of our researchers, I think we would need at least R1 billion. And lastly, our infrastructure desktop study tells us that we'd need at least another R1 billion to address infrastructure. So if we add that 2 + 1 + 1, that gives us about R4 billion, and that would at least mean doubling our budget. But we are mindful, Chair, of the economic paradigm that we find ourselves in, and we're hopeful that seeing that the sector of science, innovation, and technology is one that one should invest in to reap the rewards in future, and hopefully that one then takes this into cognizance. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. You have been very elaborate in your response. I think you have covered almost everything.
Thank you.
Is there who else is supposed to come? Can you just get the CEO to wrap up because I'm worried about time. Okay. Mr. Pillay.
Chairperson, thank you. I'll be very brief, and I want to respond in particular to Honourable Honourable MP Bazoli. Honourable Bazoli, you are
Bazoli now. You have appointed Honourable Bazoli the minister.
Sorry, my apologies.
Okay.
Honourable Bazoli knows well that the established researchers are a critical part of the pathway. When we refer to the budget cuts that we will make, these are in areas of monies that will not be used by established researchers. For example, planned travel, conferences, etc. The money for the students that go to established researchers are being looked after and will not be interfered with. So it is for those areas where the money will not be utilized. So let me stop there, as I think the CFO has given quite an extensive explanation about it. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. You know, I'm tempted to ask that the NRF must just wrap up in the next 2 minutes.
Chairperson, I will be 30 seconds with your permission. Just to simply say that we want to thank you as our chair of the portfolio committee and the honourable members. We always appreciate the robustness of the questions that we are asked. I just want to make a short input with regard to our new funding policy for postgraduate students. And for the first time in our history as a democracy, we are recognizing through that policy the socio-economic circumstances of the families that the postgraduate students come from. It is long past that you have to be in the middle class and the upper strata of the economy for you to pursue postgraduate studies. And so part of what we have to do is to provide adequate financial support for those students. With regard to how we support HDI's chair, we will be coming to you on the 10th of June to provide you a lot more detail of the nature of the support that we provide to the different types of institutions. Suffice it to say that the success rate of applications from HDIs is the highest of all the success rates of the different types of institutions. It sits at 67%, while the average success rate is 57%. And I think we will be able to elaborate on these issues when we come to you, Chairperson, and the honourable members on the 10th of June. I thank you.
Okay, thank you, CEO. Chair, please allow me to surprise you, the chair of the board.
Okay.
In the interest of time, I just want to get quick responses from the other entities. If you allow me, thank you very much. Sansa, not much was asked from Sansa, but just 2 minutes to comment.
Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity and thank you for the elaborate questions. One question that came from Honorable Litsie was a question about, was a statement actually about not much being known about Sansa. And that is something that we are very much cognizant of as a board and with our management. As a result, we are working on making sure that South Africans get to know of the good work that is being done at Sansa, and particularly because we are hoping to attract more students into this space sector. Therefore, we do need to do quite a lot of work in that space. I will quickly, Chair, because of time, ask Val, our CEO, to speak to the question that came from, I think, Honorable Nodada on structural reforms on space geodesy. And then I'll ask Andiswa, who's our head of Earth observation, to speak to the question that came from Honorable Mukajo on employment of those who Sansa trains, and to speak to the question that came from Honorable Ketse on DataCube and how far back it goes with its data. And then I'll ask Leanne, who's the head of our space ops, to speak to the question that was asking on number one, the preparation and representation in the space sector, and then to speak to the Space Weather Center as well. And then Raul will speak to international partnerships and putting South Africa first in our focus. And then finally, our CFO, Bulelo, will then speak to the revitalization infrastructure plan that came from, I think, Honorable Nodada, and the question on our audits, on the status of our audits. Thank you. Please, colleagues, we don't have to take the time to be thanking. If you can just get to the questions so that we can make the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This is the thanks for the positive sentiment presentation. Geodesy is one area that fits between astronomy and space science. It so happens that the South African, or the Hartbeespoort Radio Astronomical Observatory, sits on the same site as Sansa in Hartbeespoort. In fact, it sits on Sansa's site there. They actually rent the premises from us. So collaboration between Sansa and the Hartrau colleagues is actually quite optimal at this moment in time. And we actually, in some of the missions, we actually share the antenna. Just to give you an example, the latest mission where we actually used the dish was to support the Indian mission for landing on the moon, which Sansa supported the Indian Space Research Organization. And we used the dish, the Hartrau dish, which is the 26-meter dish, to support that mission. So collaboration is not an issue, but it might be an issue around structural reforms, because I think there's some consideration around astronomy and where does it fit in the landscape. Thank you, Chair. I'll then hand over to Andiswa.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the honourable members for the questions. I think in terms of how Sansa intends to absorb those that we trained, we have a three-pronged approach that we follow. One, we first look at internally absorbing those we train, especially those who come to us through us supporting them for qualifications, and those who come to us for interns. For example, the Earth Observation Program currently is dominated by youth that we have supported and that we then further employed. The second approach, and this is the approach that potentially has a high absorption rate, in terms of the trained space scientists, and this is our space industry. If we can be successful in the industry development plans that we have, we can then make sure that a huge proportion of those who are trained in space science are actually employed by our industry. This means that we need a long-term, continuously funded space missions for the country, and it must not be short-term, like 3 years or so. The third approach, we realize that to claim the global market share, we need to look beyond formal employment. Rather, we look at promoting entrepreneurship, and we do this through our National Innovation Challenges as one example of a program where those with brilliant ideas can be supported to further develop those ideas into products for market, and therefore set up their own companies and therefore employ more space scientists into those companies. We're not doing these kinds of initiatives alone. We partner with the DTI, with TI and other space industries. So that was on the first question. And in terms of the data cube, how far back we can actually go.
So in terms of the satellite imagery, we're looking at about 50 years of data. So we're going all the way to the early 1970s for ingestion. But we also realize that there are some issues that need data that goes way beyond that. And here we're looking at aerial photography. So we're in discussions with the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development to look at how we can include the aerial photographs into the data cube. These tend to go to the early 1900s, if not even the 1800s. So the integration of these two types of imagery into one data cube is a challenge we can't wait to tackle. So for the next, maybe in the next couple of years, we can actually report success in this area. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. You are the last, eh? Yeah, I think you're the last person to respond. Thank you very much. I hope my question about space weather aviation versus South African Weather Service was not answered.
Sorry, Chair.
CEO,
Sorry, Chair.
Dr. McKinnell is answering that, Chair.
Okay.
Sorry, Chair. Yes, this is Leanne McKinnell. I'm the Managing Director for the Space Science Program. I will answer that question. There are two questions on the Space Weather Centre. The first question was on whether or not this is a brand new development for us. Sansa has a limited focus research and development capability in space weather. We set up our first capability in high-frequency communication impacts in 2010. And we've been developing the capability ever since. However, now with our partnership with the aviation sector and our new designation, we have the ability to grow and expand that by creating a brand new 24/7 operational space weather center, the first center of its kind on the African continent, which will service not only the aviation sector, but also other sectors in 4 domains, navigation and communications, radiation exposure, and satellite communications. So it's a combination of expanding our existing capabilities, but also growing our market share of our ability to on the we have a very good relationship with the South African Weather Service. The South African Weather Service is responsible for terrestrial weather, and we are responsible for space weather. They have, you are absolutely correct, been serving the aviation sector with terrestrial weather information for many years, and they have a lot of experience. Also, they work very closely with the WMO, the World Meteorological Organization, and represent South Africa in that body. And that body is the body responsible for bringing space weather into the aviation sector. So they have recognized that Sansa is a country in space weather. We have an MOU with them, and we've also created a national working group to ensure that we work together in ensuring that this expertise and this knowledge and information goes into the aviation sector in an ICAO-compliant way. So our relationship with SWOTS is extremely robust, and we work extremely well together, and together we will take this forward. But the expertise and capability and knowledge will be generated from within the space agency. I also, so that's the Space Weather Centre. I also would just like to quickly mention, in terms of the questions on our human capital challenges and our preparation and representation in the space sector, we are very aware of the fact that we have very specialist skills requirements in Sansa, and that many of our specialists have been retiring over the last few years. So over the last 5 or 6 years, we've put a number of very robust programs in place to address this, including an internship program and in-service training. And I can talk about this for a lot, but just to end the conversation, I just want to put on the table that in the last 3 years, Sansa has supported 27 interns and 10 in-service trainees, many of whom have been absorbed into the broader employment sector, and some of whom have gone on to do further studies. So we're very proud of our ability to now use our assessment projects to attract young people to become our future Sansa entrepreneurs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. You were not very clear. I hope members did hear what you're saying, because I couldn't hear clearly from my side, but otherwise, let's move on. Thank you for all the responses. Can we move to ASSAf?
Okay, let me start. I'm just going to respond to 4 of the questions, Chairperson. Excuse me.
Prof,
Hello.
let me make a suggestion. Let's take the CEO together with the other staff members, and then you will wrap up.
I was not going to wrap up, Chairperson. We have a plan. If you allow us to go ahead.
I'm suggesting, in fact, I'm directing that let's get the other responses, and then you will be the last.
Thank you. This is Himla. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, CEO.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm grateful for the questions and comments that have come from the members. I will go through them systematically. The first one, with respect to our transformation policy, we do collect information with respect to full demography, namely race, gender, institutional affiliation, and the geographic placement of the university. All of those have been presented in detail in the strategic plan, but we've just focused on the ones in the presentation for the benefit of showing how we have progressed with respect to issues on race and gender. Unfortunately, ASSAf has not collected disaggregated data for the senior members, but we have, or the SIAS, the Young Academy, has done that. With respect to their demographic information, by way of gender, there are 49% of the SIAS members are male and 51% female. With respect to race, 65% are black, and here we do have disaggregated information. 40% are African black, 23% are Indian, and 2% are colored. The remaining comprising of white members. Within the SIAS group, the membership changes every 5 years, so we do have turnover in that respect. With respect to how we promote young scientists with respect to publishing and other scholarly activities, well, we in fact have a mentorship program to try to advance some of those activities of the young scientists. We have public lectures. We have specific research for the young members. And in fact, through the auspices of funds from our Department of Science and Innovation, we are able to send young scholars, particularly from historically disadvantaged universities, to participate in the Lindau meetings in Germany. That's on an annual basis. We also support them to attend the BRICS meetings for young scholars. And we host our own annual research day where we invite young scholars from locally and from our neighboring SADC regions and elsewhere in Africa. How we plan to address the issue of membership? Well, we do have a membership engagement strategy that involves, among other things, roadshows to the various universities. We have members on our council that straddle the different universities, and we hope that they could encourage their current members to be much more involved. We communicate to various university PR departments to advertise ASSAf activities and other important initiatives that we have. And hopefully, when we get these things rolled off properly, we will be able to improve the participation. Whether it is possible to make this mandatory participation. Like everything else, Chair, membership is conferred, people are inducted into the academy, and thereafter all participation is completely voluntary based. So we do not pay members to participate in our various activities, but we encourage them with the hope that their scholarship would be most appreciated through enhancing the visibility of the ASSAf activities. How do we plan to diversify our financial resources? Yes, given the global challenges, we are not unique in the end of experiencing cutbacks and severity in the face. Thus far, we've been able, where possible, through partnerships with the Inter-Academy Partnership and other academies like Leopoldina in Germany, and the National Academy of Science, we've been able to execute several of our functions in a kind of collaborative spirit, some of which has brought in monies as well. There have been talk through our recent BRICS Academies engagement that perhaps the BRICS states, member states, could try to advance some sort of collective arrangement to promote activities in these parts, in these areas. And if that should materialize, then there may be alternate options for funding. With respect to the comment about our initiatives around policy, Science for Science, Science for Society, and Science for Policy, Chair, I must say that all of these are the integrated ASSAf mandate, and the definitions of how we plan to execute that is contained within our strategic plan write-up. How we plan to promote or have better advocacy in terms of advancing the presence of the Academy, like has been mentioned by some of my colleagues before, we need to work on our branding, and in the absence of a science communicator for the moment, we are doing it as best as we can, and hopefully in future we could try to advance that a little bit more. There was a question around, excuse me, let me just see. Oh, the uptake of our activities. Well, Chair, as you may know, we have consensus studies, which we invite specialists or experts to contribute to with respect to areas where we believe that there should be activities. When a study is completed and we have some consensus following a international peer review on this, we launch it. We invite the necessary governmental partners or stakeholders and other relevant stakeholders to these launches. We disseminate this information through our websites and other portals, and we hope that by bringing the information to hand, that where it is necessary, it will be taken up by the respective departments. We also try to use our hosting department, the Department of Science and Innovation, who have in the past facilitated us having engagements with other committees, etc. So the best we could do is to get the messaging out there. How much more we could do to make it be taken up by the different ministries is something we need to have a more robust discussion around. I think those are the key areas from my side, and I wish to thank those that have been encouraging and supportive of our initiatives. And I'd now like to hand over to the chair to address the two issues that were specifically addressed to him. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, CEO. Now over to you, Professor Johnson.
Oh, okay. I thought there were two things that I needed to respond on from my side.
Okay.
Go ahead, Marke.
Let's get the
Chairperson.
Okay, respond, and then I
Yes,
thought when she said
just
the chair, she was referring to Professor Johnson.
yes, she
But
was,
yeah.
but I need to come in on two issues.
Okay.
One she has already touched on, Chairperson, and that is on the issue of the diversification of funding. Whilst yes, there has been success, like the EO Himla mentioned, but the problem has been with the fact that those funding, you find that it is short term, and therefore that has created a problem for us in terms of planning as well as budgeting. On the issue question that was raised by Honorable Litsie regarding audit outcomes, Chairperson, I can confirm that in the existence of the Academy, it has in all the years received unqualified audit outcomes. It has happened that in the past 5 years, we received quite a number of audit findings, and that was because the National Treasury decided to change our accounting framework from generally accepted accounting practice to generally recognized accounting practice. And given that it came at an 11th hour, it created a problem, and yes, we got quite a number of audit findings, but I can confirm, Chair, that in the life of ASSAF's existence, it has always received unqualified audit reports. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope there is no other one from ASSAF before we hand over to Professor Johnson. Okay, over to you, Prof.
Okay, if I may be allowed to speak now. First of all, government ministers don't ask me for advice. That hasn't happened for a very long time, so that answers that question. And secondly, national academies make public statements in addition to engaging with government. Thank you.
Okay, we were not. Your video was not on, but it's okay. So, are you done, Prof?
Yes, thank you, Chair. That's all from ASSAf.
Okay. No, I was asking Professor Johnson whether she is done responding to the questions.
Especially the one of kids.
Okay. Professor Johnson looks like he's gone. Okay, let's move to Tia. So Tia will be the last. I wanted to find out from Professor Johnson whether he was done. That was very, very brief. I thought he was going to elaborate on some of the questions that we asked. He seemed to have been irritated by something, and he decided to leave and disappear. If he's still in the house, maybe if he can just indicate whether he's willing to elaborate further. Can we move to Tia?
Thank you very much, Chair. I will start with one or two critical issues and then allow the team to engage. I'll address the issue of the ICEO and the popularization of innovation and its awareness. I will then ask Thabiso Ramasike, who is the chair of our Audit and Risk, to deal with the matter of the audit status of TIA. Werner, our CFO, will deal with the issues of funding, and then Patrick will wrap up addressing the issues of the geographic spread and the seemingly low targets and how we will deal with the challenges which TIA has raised. I must agree with you, Chairperson, that this matter at some point, and I hope this is the last time, it really needs to come off one of the issues that we as TIA deal with, the matter of the ICEO, because you are correct. For the third or so times that there's been meetings between the committee and TIA, this matter keeps on coming up, and I hope this time we can put it to bed. Chair, you did mention that I did not introduce the ICEO. I think I did right at the beginning in my list of representations. I don't know whether that may have been missed when I said it or not, but she was definitely on my list, introduced by name and by title. The other matter was on the acting positions at TIA. The board at the moment is doing everything possible to get these positions filled. In the next 4 weeks or so, the positions of the general manager bioeconomy and the general manager sectors will be filled. The interviews of these two positions, general manager, are at an advanced stage. And hopefully in the next 4 weeks, we will be able to wrap it up and fill 2 of those 3 general manager positions. The other issue is that we need to appoint the CEO. The CEO process has taken place at the level of the board. Recommendations have been provided to the DSI, and I believe there are internal processes at the DSI which, when they are concluded, may give guidance to how this matter can be finalized. But we have actually gone a full circle of finding a suitable candidate, but we can only make recommendations, and we need to be guided by what the minister would like to see happening moving forward. Upon receipt of that guidance, we should be able to wrap up this matter. There was another matter on the tender process, that the ICEO applied for a tender, and upon failure of getting a tender was appointed to be the ICEO. My understanding of the facts is that there was a tender application process that did happen, and the ICEO, who was not the ICEO at that point, did make a declaration at the point. But I just wanted to correct that it's not because the person did not get a tender, therefore was given the position of the ICEO. We have an internal audit report that we've put together that we can share with the committee. If the chairperson allows that to happen, we will gladly share that in terms of the process. And I just want to reiterate that at the beginning, I did mention that the ICEO contract is ending in the next 3 weeks and will not be extended. And then we will have an acting CEO from within the senior management of the TIA moving forward. I thought I would touch on those few issues, but we can expand on it further if the chair feels that we need to provide more information on this matter.
Okay. It's fine. Chair, acting chair, I might have missed that introduction when you were doing the introduction. My apologies for that, but in any case, I would have expected the accounting officer to be the one taking us through the annual performance plan and the strat plan. So when she did not present, I assumed that she's not there, but it's fine. She should have been the one taking us through. But in any case, we accept that there is a internal audit report on that matter. If you can share it with us.
We definitely will, Chair.
Meeting.
We definitely will.
Okay.
Can I?
Yeah, you can direct who's going to respond to the other questions.
Yes, and they will also do it very briefly, Chair, so that we can save on time. Tabiso will deal with the matter of the audit status. Who's the chair of the Audit and Risk Committee? Tabiso? I don't know if Tabiso can hear.
Okay, my apologies. Good evening, Honorable Chair of the committee, honorable members, Tabiso Ramasike here. Without my being seen, I presume I've been seen. Just following up on Honorable Letzia's question around the audit status of TIA the last couple of years, last 3 years, we have presented to the portfolio committee that TIA has had clean audits, not just unqualified audits, but clean audits. It's important when we talk about this, especially with regards to the concerns that the portfolio committee members have raised around governance issues at TIA, that we have a very strong relationship, particularly with the Auditor General. The Auditor General audits TIA through another external audit firm, which it regulates on a very regular basis. The audit committee makes sure that on a regular basis we oversee the controls environment, the risk environment, the quality of the chief audit executive, as well as the quality of the office of the CFO. So those are very crucial pillars of making sure that you maintain and not just an unqualified audit, but also a clean one. And that's a culture.
Tate Masiki, you are breaking up there. Are you done?
Okay. Am I back on?
Yeah, you are back
Can I
on.
be heard?
Yeah.
My apologies. I seem to have been cut off. I am in a rural part of Johannesburg. I do apologize. But those are just the principal issues I just wanted to highlight for the honorable members, that when it comes to, I sit on a whole lot of other audit committees myself, and a lot of which I chair, from a governance and okay, I will stand down, Chair, because I think I have an audio problem from this side. I will stand down, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. But we did pick up what you were saying.
Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, we can, but we did pick up what you were saying, and thank you for that.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Am I audible?
In that Masiki, okay. I was saying that we did pick up what you were saying around the audit outcomes of the entity, and I think we're fine with that.
All right. Then thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
All right. The CFO will then deal with the matter of the budget cuts and the level of funding that TIA may require. Werner?
Thank you, Chairperson and Honourable Chair and members. Regarding the funding that is required, we currently receive 455 million from Treasury as a basic parliamentary grant. I would estimate that TIA would need at least R1 billion, and why I say so is that at any stage, TIA's pipeline, and that is our number of, or the rand value of applications that we receive, exceed R500 million at any given point. As we stand now, we have been we've been told that our budget will be reduced with that 46 million, and Honourable Bazoli, it is 10%, you're right, and that actually just gives us a significant challenge in terms of the pipeline deals that we've got. At the EXCO meeting today, we discussed, and we also realized that even the deals that have progressed through the due diligence stage that we want to fund, we will not be able to do any new deals for the current financial year with that cut. Just in terms of sustainability, Chair, the question that has been asked, what are we doing in terms of sustainability? We're also looking at continuously reducing cost. As I mentioned in the presentation, we've already reduced this 50 million. And then secondly, we look at and the partnership.
Just me.
Sorry, Chair, I'll just continue.
Sorry, I don't think it is you. Somebody else's mic is on. So if you can please ask all participants to mute their mics. It wasn't you, I think. Okay, continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. So the cost reduction is the one, but the second thing that we constantly do is we look for partnerships. In the current, with the previous financial year, more than 300 million rand was leveraged from third parties to help us with our funding, and we also have strong partnerships with the Industrial Development Corporation and other venture capital organizations which we have partnered in the current year to help us to leverage that funding. Thank you, Chair.
Are we done, Chair? Your mic is off, Chairperson.
My apologies, Chair. Mr. Krapi will then wrap up on the three other questions which were raised in a summarized version just to conclude. Patrick?
Okay. All right. Thanks, Chair. All right. There are two specific questions for me to respond to. The first one is about the geographical spread slide that we presented. That shows that Northern Cape and Mpumalanga, there's seemingly no investments at all. There are investments, and when I presented, I did mention that they are quite negligible, but not that they are not there. It's only because of the presentation of the chart itself that hides the investment. In Northern Cape alone already, in the last 3 years or so, we've disbursed up to about 22.5 million. And I think maybe to mention that in our presentation of the technology stations, you will not see, because the technology station that we are putting together in Northern Cape, that we have commissioned, has not really fully run. We are running the technology station that is hosted at the Solplaci University, but it was initially hosted at the Satellite University by the VUT. So there's some activity happening there, Chairperson. It's not that there's nothing happening at all. But I think the broader point to make, and this is quite important, is that a lot of our activities in TIA are driven largely by the presence of an academic institution like a higher education institution or a science council. So for both Mpumalanga and Northern Cape, we haven't had these until very recent, where now we have Solplaci University and Northern Cape and University of Mpumalanga to be newly commissioned. So I think there'll be a great deal of activity picking up. I'm saying this because a strategy from the time TIA was established, our instruction from the department and the ministry was always clear to focus more of our resources on supporting output from research, from science councils and universities. And because there was none in the two, that's why it's been slow picking up, but there's something that is already happening there, Chairperson. Going forward, we will still, augment our activities there by deploying different other funding instruments in TIA programs such as the Living Labs, programs such as the Grassroots Innovation Program, and these we are managing on behalf of the Department of Science and Technology. We are now onboarding both University of Mpumalanga and Sol Plaatje University into our seed fund program. So they will manage specific funds on our behalf, like many other universities are doing. So I'll stop there on that particular question, Chair, but we take the question of expanding our geographical footprint very seriously. And it is important that as we do this, we prioritize those previously neglected sectors or provinces. And this is basically part of our strategy. When we present, I think one speaks at higher level and you don't get into that level of detail. Then the second question is around our targets. And this is from Honorable Bozoli, that our targets are too low. And this is one question that we always reflect on as we plan. But a great deal of this, and first thing is that our targets are informed by our situational analysis in terms of one, what is it that we've been able to do in the past, and understanding our capability to deliver on what we promise. The second one is more about the capability of the NSI to be enabled to assist us to achieve those targets. And I did say, when TIA started, we had a very specific focus. And it's a focus that we chose because this is what the situation dictated at the time. We needed to invest in development of technologies. We are now moving only now to then focus on commercialization, because there was nothing to commercialize in the past. Only now there's a good pipeline of opportunities to take to market. That market includes government, and it's not to say that we are depending on government to take our technology. I was just making a point of emphasis to say, in addition to technologies that we are commercializing because there's commercial interest for them, but we are also focusing on social impact technologies. We are a developmental state, and as an entity, I think we have a responsibility to do that. There are a number of other really capability issues that make for us to succeed in commercializing and achieving higher targets of that. And currently, the research system is very important for us to be able to deliver good results. And research system, I mean the ability of that system to produce a good pipeline of bankable projects. Our technology transfer offices must function optimally. The output from our research must function optimally. The number of patentable IP must be high. Shockingly, the statistics from NACI, the last study that NACI did, and I would urge members to look at this report that we prepared very carefully. It shows two things I think that I must highlight. That South Africa, we invest less in experimental research. We invest more in basic research. But our ability, it means that our ability to translate that at that level is quite low. And then the second point, which is more worrying from the report that was produced by NACI, and this is the report that came out last year, that says patent publications in South Africa, 87.4% of that comes from foreigners in South Africa. Now in TIA, when we fund, obviously we fund South Africans. And if you are looking at the pool of just about 13 to 14% to fund from, it's a seriously worrying trend. And so when I really speak about capability of the system to produce, these are the kind of things that we are looking at. The landscape around the venture capital, which is key to investing with us to taking technologies to market, only now it's beginning to pick up momentum. South Africa has had a very weak venture capital landscape, most of it based in Cape Town and a little bit in Gauteng. So, Chair, I won't go too much into this, but I'm just saying there are certain fundamentals that have to be in place in a system for TIA to succeed in translating technologies to market. And it's less about us putting money into the project and hoping that it will make it to market. It takes a lot of variables to make this happen. So I think I'll just leave it at that, Chair.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. The chair, we are done.
Yes. We've covered most of the questions which were asked, Chair, except two, which is how do we popularize innovation. I fully agree with Honorable Ketse that there is more to be done, especially under the current circumstances, that TIA must and can do to popularize innovation and bring the aspirant entrepreneurs into the game, especially now that so many people are going to lose their jobs. Honorable Manamisa said, when is TIA going to address the challenges that they have raised? Because we seem to have indicated challenges without indicating when those are going to be addressed. Those are challenges that we will deal with immediately. We are already addressing some of them. The idea with that slide was just to highlight that these are the systemic challenges and some of them are internal, but they will be dealt with as we proceed, immediately starting with this financial year. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm not sure whether the Deputy Minister is still in the House. If he is still in the House, would like to give him an opportunity to, on behalf of the Ministry, just to do the concluding remarks. DM, are you still in the House? Okay, no, DM is not in the House. But let me just conclude. Professor Johnson, are you still in the House?
Chairperson, no, he's no longer online.
Okay.
But I think he did respond to both the questions raised to him.
Okay. Well, he gave us very brief responses, and I think there were still some questions that I wanted to follow up with him. It's a pity that he decided to leave. I think he was quite upset with my directive in terms of the order of how we must respond to the questions. So he decided to leave because we're not at the end of the meeting, and I'd hope that the key leadership will be here until we come to the end so that you can benefit from the summary of the meetings. Now you come here, members ask questions, and then you respond with a one-liner, and then immediately after responding you just leave the meeting without even saying that there is a matter that you need to attend to. I think that is unacceptable. It's very unacceptable, and I think we are owed an explanation about this matter. Because here we are dealing with public entities which received allocation from us as parliamentarians in Parliament. And I think that whoever comes to account to us must take seriously the engagement that we are having. I mean, how do you come, questions you present, questions asked, you get irritated, two-liners. I've never been asked for advice, and we're entitled to issue statement, public statement. That's it. We want to engage with that, and then you just decide to leave. I don't think that is acceptable. If any of the persons who occupy public office do not want to engage with us, they must not come here. If you do not want, if you are going to get irritated by the engagement, it's better that you stay at home. And maybe even better, leave the public office. Because anybody who occupies public office is subject to scrutiny, public scrutiny. And we are the public representative charged with that responsibility to do that public scrutiny. So if you get irritated by that, I don't know, maybe you must go and open your own shop. where you will be in charge yourself. So I'm just raising these comments just to demonstrate how unhappy I am about that engagement. But overall, I think we've had a very good meeting with all the public entities under DSI. And I think that you've heard the questions that were raised, the comments that members have raised, and I'm sure you are going to follow up on those issues in order to even perform better. Tia, we will hold you to your commitments that you've made today, the interim chair of the board. We do not want to engage with you again on the same matters. I think that these matters must be put to bed so that when we engage with you, we then focus on your targets, whether you have been able to reach those targets, what are the issues, and so forth, and not to be dealing with all these governance challenges that are facing this organization. So I hope that you will listen to us and go back. And I know that the DG is still in the house. Please, DG, help us to deal with all these issues that members have raised. But otherwise, thank you very much from the National Research Foundation to the Space Agency, to ASSAf and to TIA. So we will continue to engage, obviously, have a follow-up with some of the entities. Otherwise, thank you very much, honorable members. It has been a very, very long meeting. Since we started at 3 o'clock, it's now past 8, almost 8:30. So yeah, the meeting is adjourned until we meet tomorrow again at 6 o'clock, where we're going to get feedback from responses from the National Student Financial Aid Scheme, CHE, as well as what was the other one, by the way? Yeah, we've had a long day. Yeah, so we're expecting 3. Sakwa. Yeah, it was quite a long meeting today. Thank you very much, members. The meeting stands adjourned.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
But in the main, it resides in people. So we're talking how we can transfer such knowledge from those who have the expertise to those who are knowledge seekers, as it were, using knowledge management speak. So it's something that we haven't perfected. I think when the honorable members came to NEXA and visited NEXA, it was something that we shared with you as one of our weaknesses. and we are addressing through a very strong knowledge management program, which we have derived from the IAEA, International Atomic Energy Agency. So that's something that we're working on. We will not lie to the portfolio committee and say that it's a perfect situation, but nonetheless, it's something that we continue to strive on. But I have to say that the number of black technical staff as a percentage of the total staff is about 50%, almost on target. If we miss the target at any one time, it will be by 0.5%. So you can say we're tracking almost on target, but we recognize that in some of the key areas of knowledge and expertise, we need more transformation. Let me see what else. Right now, let me hand over firstly to Mr. Khadebe. Ivan, you there?
Yes, I'm here, CEO.
Yes, Ivan. Thanks.
Good evening, honorable members. With regards to the question on the sanitizers, it's actually a three-way collaboration between Mintech, Pelcam, and Nketlapela. So the three entities have been working together so that they can produce the WHO recommended formulations. As the CEO of Mintech has mentioned previously, there's quite a shortage of the WHO recommended sanitizers within the country, but also within the region. So that's why the three of us decided to collaborate so that we can have the necessary scale to provide the WHO sanitizers. So that is a complementary collaboration between the three entities. That will be all from my side.
Thank you, Ivan.
There was a question, who was the international partner?
Oh, yeah, the international partnership, Ivan.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Now, with regards to the international partner for a state-owned pharmaceutical company, we did an expression of interest way back in 2018, where we shortlisted a number of large generics pharmaceutical company, and the preferred partner was then selected to be Matlot Pharmaceuticals from India. They are currently the largest producer and supplier of ARVs and also, for TB pharmaceutical products. Currently, we are awaiting, the final concurrence from the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Ivan. As Mr. Parker, please. Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening to the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. I'm going to try and answer the three questions that came up from the honorable members. One question had to do with following the safety regulations and how we work with NEXA to ensure sustainability of our operations. We work with NEXA Nuclear Compliance and Safety Unit to make sure that we meet the requirements from the NNR. And I'm confident and comfortable to say that since July 2018, we've worked very closely to make sure that we rebuild the production protocols